Conversations.
Yeah.
How long are the conversations?
However long you want to go for. Usually 10, 15 minutes or so.
Okay. I
Want
want
to
to
do it?
speak. Why don't you? Yeah,
All
come
right.
get a chair. Pull up a chair.
Sure, yeah.
Oh.
I'm out of breath.
Appreciate it. How was your hike today?
Beautiful. Can I
Awesome.
use one of these hand sanitizing alcohol wipes?
Sure, sure.
Um, Beautiful. It was our first time here.
Oh, first time?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you like it? Did you go like to the right side that was steep and stuff?
Ooh.
Or the left paved side?
We
No, we
went.
went to the steep side.
We went to
Steep
the
side.
left, and then we climbed down and went up
Up the
higher.
steep.
I don't know. We took some small trails and tumbles.
It's some tumbles.
Uh-huh.
It does get a little steep up there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So cordial conversations. Cordial conversations. What are we talking about today? Cordially.
Well, I like to keep it open for someone to make a claim about something that they think is the case, something that is true, something they could potentially give reasons for, and I'll help them think through whatever they believe, why, and how we can know one way or the other if that thing is actually the case or not.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
And the topics could run the gamut from politics, religion, spirituality, science,
Interesting.
Okay.
philosophy.
So is
Stuff
it
you're
more
not
of
usually-
like a debate type, or is it just like
Cordially conversing about the topic.
It's a Socratic style. I'm trying to practice this way of having a conversation called street epistemology,
okay?
which is a more non-confrontational, casual,
Oh, I
friendly
like
way
that.
where I keep my opinions out of it unless you ask me. And
Yeah.
I just ask questions, basically clarify and helping you question whatever you bring to the table.
Okay. So a topic.
I like this.
What have we been talking about a lot? We should bring up that we've been solidifying.
There's
Codependency.
So many. There's so many.
Anything you think is the case that most people don't think is the case, or vice versa?
I think the reason.
Are you gonna go on about
What?
what?
I was gonna say. I think we've been talking a lot about this, but I think the reason that everyone is unhappy with their lives in some way, or some people, if you're unhappy with your life, it's all based on your codependency for what other external forces are validating for you. And I think the bottom reason that we are like that in this society is because we're not nurtured to have self-worth and self-value in ourselves. We seek others to, validate our worth and value. And so we're constantly seeking different environmental influences and whatever. And we've just been talking
I mean,
about
even
that.
with social media and stuff, even though you're
Yeah.
a big proponent of it and using it to grow your business, it's obviously another platform where you're basically just seeking other
Validation.
people's, opinions or likes or just input.
But that's why I think, because when you do love yourself and you know your self-worth, it's like people have been asking me, oh, why do you post the things you do? And it's like a different energy. And I literally think a couple months ago I shifted to just I'm posting for myself. It's almost like I'm just talking as like a Tumblr vibe used to be. Like these.
Like a private journal mostly.
Yeah. And it's but things that I know that people relate to, and it's like that vulnerability, which I think people value as well. But I don't give a shit if what it looks like for if people are interacting with it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And that shows. But I think on the opposite spectrum, that's why people fucking hate themselves and hate their lives.
What do you mean?
That's why I think because they don't see the value and they don't make the change. Not nobody, but I think obviously a lot of people do, hence the reason we have this world that is full of ideas that have come to fruition. But I think people, if you hate your life and you hate yourself, it's because you are seeking validation from an external source, whatever the case may be. It's your career, your monetary value, net worth, your relationship, your kids, whatever it is, and you don't see it within yourself.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is some people kind of hate themselves, potentially.
I think
Definitely.
I think also even just as of late in the recent hate that everything's about the pandemic, but I feel like the pandemic has caused a lot of things to come to fruition because people have been trapped in their house for a year, just doing a lot of reflection on themselves.
Surfacing, a lot of
they've
surfacing.
just been stuck with themselves for a year, and you have to face certain things, and I think it's been a big year for a lot of people, and continues to be, obviously, but
Definitely.
Hopefully people are able to like reflect on themselves more. I feel like everybody's always so caught up in, you know, like political arguments and just everything going
Taking on all the world's
right,
problems.
and it's like you can't take everything on. Like
Yeah.
there's so much, there's always going to be an argument with somebody. Like there's always differing views.
Somebody
and,
that doesn't like
I feel
you.
like people
somebody
should just
doesn't-
start with themselves. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like
Yes.
just focus, and then like maybe everybody can heal as a society, you know, rather than
Collective
projecting-
individualism.
Right,
I'm
that's what you were
copywriting
saying
that and
yesterday.
trademarking that. Yes.
That's what you were saying yesterday. Like everybody collectively, yet individually, focus
Focus
on
on-
your own goals and growing
yes.
yourself, so that it could be a benefit to everybody.
It's a chain reaction versus a force. Like, you know what I mean? That it's all how we transmute what we've been going through. So it's like some people have transmuted what has happened this year into negativity and
For
hate and projection and externally blaming the external forces, blaming the pandemic, blaming everything.
For sure.
And the people that have transmuted it into internal work and, you know, light and love, I think that's because they're doing work internally in order to do that. And that starts with just self.
We're kind of on a
Yeah.
spiritual journey this week.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is
I'm
the age of
actually
Aquarius
visiting,
ever
and
since
this
December.
is kind of like a cleanse for me, where I'm just getting my mind right, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, just really, like I said, focusing on internal. So
So you can go back and positively affect the collective, no matter how micro or
Sure.
macro, whether it's your family or your relationship or it's, you know, the whole
I
world.
just think it's so easy to get caught up in everything, especially with like the political climate, and every day there's something else, and it's so easy to get swayed by like media and like everybody's
Divisiveness.
opinion. But I think at the end of the day, like none of us really have any idea what is going on.
Yeah.
Like, what is our real source? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just as any of the presidents probably don't know what the fuck's going on, and like we're all like, you know, we take up
Take such
arms
a
to, like,
hard
defend
hard
one or the
defend.
other, and it's like that's great,
Yeah,
but
defense.
it's also like, what are we really standing for? And all we're doing is like all this divisiveness, and like for what?
Yeah.
Like really, it should be the
Really
common
just to
good,
say
like,
I'm
you
on
know
the
what I
good
mean?
side. I'm on the right side, and it's like, but nobody, again, knows.
even-
There's always corruption on both sides, so it's like the side should just be one side, and that's the collective as a whole, the betterment of it, you know.
People should be more together, be part of the collective, rather than
Basically,
being
we're-
enemies.
But by being themselves, by being their most individualistic, authentic self.
We're
That's the only
basically
way
just
that they
very
can help.
anti-negativity right now.
Anti-negativity-
I've been very a lot of people have been very weighed down by like, again, if it's the pandemic or what have you, but just like miserable outlooks on things.
Yeah, misery loves
Everything sucks
company.
right now, you know, we can't do this, we can't do this. And
Yes.
like she said,
It's how you transmute
it's
it.
like you are surrounding yourself with these types of people. It's so easy to like fall into this trap, and it's just
Mhm.
like, go outside, enjoy the world, like
Yeah,
work
then
on
do it, then
yourself, like,
move.
do what you
Then do
wanna
something. I don't care. I feel like it's like
Societal
there's always
pressures,
excuses.
too.
There's
Like-
always like you feel like you need to do something or I can't or I'm supposed to do this, blah, blah, blah. I seriously moved here 3 months ago with like $500. That's it.
Yep.
And
Wow.
like, so, I mean, you can figure it out. You can always figure
Right.
it the fuck out. There's people that want to help you. It's about putting that law of attraction out there, you know? But I think, and that's the thing, if you're constantly like, everything's wrong, you're going to
That's what you're
constantly attract
attracting.
and only see what's wrong in the world, you know? And that's what I think people's
Mhm.
biggest issue is. Why they don't live their lives. Yeah.
Okay. I'm hearing a lot there. Let me try to repeat back what I'm hearing you say.
Turns out we actually need this.
Turns out this is actually our YouTube show, and
this is fine. This works.
Per hour, by the way.
I'm-
just play.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of claims, a lot of what. I'd love to get into potentially why about one specific
Well,
thing.
we would also like to hear your opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
As well. So feel
Oh, you want to hear my opinions?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well,
Where to begin?
Where to begin?
let's see where the
Give us the
conversation
floor.
goes based off of what your response is.
I guess, yeah, the collective individualism thing. I think what I'm hearing you say is, you know, they take responsibility on yourself, get yourself in order first before you try to change the world.
Put your oxygen mask on before assisting others. That's basically what it is.
Basically.
Seriously, that's what it is.
And I agree with that a lot. Yeah.
Because if you're helping others, then you're gonna, then you die and you can't even help them.
Yeah, and especially not putting a lot of external blame on external things.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Everything is a mirror.
Focus on what you can control, not what you can't control.
Mm-hmm.
These are good things for just internal psychological health, I think.
Yeah, and the only thing you really can control is you and your energy. You can't and how you go about things. It's like you can't control anything externally. I can't control if a fucking
But then
coconut
again, like
falls on my
your
head.
energy does, I
but-
feel like, also has a direct reflection on like other people's energy that you get
Mhm.
back then. So like
Yeah.
it's going back to, you know, worrying about yourself and then therefore hopefully causing a chain reaction.
Yeah,
Yeah, that other people start to focus on themselves, and then we're all
Yeah, that I'm a little
Sufficient.
confused about the energy and the law of attraction stuff. I'm not sure about that.
Like law of
Okay.
attraction is basically like, you know, if you're always putting out negative vibes and expecting negative situations and you're always have this negative mindset like, oh, this keeps happening and I'm in this, like you're
It's going to
guaranteed
keep
just run
happening.
into more negative situations
Yeah.
and more negative people. You know, you have negative friends who are always looking, you know, at the wrong side of things and just like
Yeah.
miserable. That's gonna wear on you. Whereas if you're in a circle of people that have uplifting ideas and
See
you
the
know,
bright
they're
side.
networking and they're like, you know, always looking at the bright side of things, right? And you're gonna attract those types of situations because
Well,
that's what you're putting out there.
And I also think it's how you, it's perception too. It all comes down to perception. This is very spiritual, like verbiage, obviously, but like if you get to choose how you see any situation. Like I believe personally, but that the law is, or the law of the universe is, it's like everything's neutral and we give it meaning as humans. Our energy gives things meanings. So if you are choosing to see the dark side of the situation only, then that's how you are going to see the world around you. It's like, or if you choose to see the bright side of everything, that's how you see the world around you, and that's how you perceive everything, people, everything. Oh no. And it's trauma, and it's how our inner child trauma, whatever, why we're like, oh, people are just like this, or people like this. Or you could just be like, I love that people, you know, that's just how they are, but people really deep down are good, and like, let's see the beauty of what humanity is. And so law of attraction is like, if everything's a mirror and how you're perceiving things, you're going to only attract and put out like whatever you want to receive back. So the people will start mirroring that energy. That's why you can really shift your whole life. And like you can wake up one morning and be like, nah, I'm shifting how I see everything today. And if you just want to see everything's beautiful, even the rain, like, you know, it's the difference between a person that's like, oh, I hate the rain, I hate the wetness, and the other person that's like, oh, water, how beautiful, like the cycle of the universe and the world. Yeah, anything.
What are some like the most concrete measurable goals that you're trying to attract with the law of attraction and get to?
I would say like overall happiness,
joy,
like just a
pure
sense of peace,
and peace.
Like,
yeah.
Once again, like that's like having people around you with a similar mindset, but just in your own life, like finding what makes you happy and, you know,
attracting more of it.
What do these things look like specifically?
I mean, I think for every person it's 100% different.
Subjective.
Like I have my own goals, she has her own goals. Like for me right now, I'm really focused on, you know, like my career, my child, my home life. She's more focused on like networking and building
connections, relationships that are authentic. Yeah.
Do you want like a certain business at a certain level by a certain time?
So I'm a real estate agent, for example. So I've like set some like monetary goals for myself, like within the year to reach, like number of properties to list, number of properties to sell that I think are like an attainable goal for me. And then like within fulfilling those goals, like obviously you feel great. So I think like setting attainable goals
and you
for
want
yourself,
to keep doing it more. You want to keep having that
things,
feeling.
right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of like a fairly new agent, so it's difficult to like get into it. So I've like just by setting those goals and like promising myself to learn more on certain things and like, you know, just overall reaching for it and like feeling positive about it, you know, like more networking as well with more clients, but like building those relationships. I don't know, I think like it's
enjoying the journey,
to set, you know, short and long-term goals for yourself so you feel like you're accomplishing something.
Yeah. Do you have like a specific revenue goal by December 31st, 2021?
I do. Like I would really like to sell like 500,000 as a selling point, and that doesn't include like
your commission.
Correct. Like that, yeah, right. Then that's the commission based off the $500,000 number that I would like to reach by December. And then like I would like to list 10 properties as well. So that's like based off, you know, I've done research how many, what's the median number first agents are listing and stuff like that. And then like within my team and just attainable goals. But I think that like it's really like a deep self-reflection to find out what is going to make you happy. And I think a lot of people have like false things, or it's always like happiness is going to be on the next thing. Like people are always like, oh, my next vacation, or like, you know, next summer's going to be great. My next house.
Once
my
I
next
get
car,
this, I'll be good and happy.
Career, and it's
it'll
like,
just be easier.
I think if people really focused on like also living in the moment and appreciating what you have now.
Yeah.
Because like I don't want to be 70 and I'm like, damn, where was I all that time?
Yeah.
Like I was always just reaching for the next thing. And while goals are great, like I was saying, like it's also important to appreciate what you have now and to live in the moment. So
That's
I think
why
it's
my
all
goals
about,
are not
like,
monetary anymore.
mine is just like an inner peace.
Yeah.
I think that's really everyone's goal, but people just don't feel, you know.
Yeah, where are you on the scale from 0 to 10 in terms of life happiness before you reach these goals of having 500,000 in
10.
revenue
10 out of 10.
and listing 10 properties?
That's why I don't think money, for me personally, about the money revenue thing, like recently I've realized how trendy manifestation and spirituality and the law of attraction, it's resurfaced. It's like a bunch of, you know, white girls telling the internet what spirituality is, and these are ancient teachings that have been beyond, you know, this society and civilization. So I think it's not there, that wasn't there before. Like it was for forms of currency, it's forms of stability, it's forms of community, you know. So recently I haven't been focusing on numbers as much. Obviously I do, and I think and I manifest, and I always 10x and whatever when I imagine my situation later on. But it's not about the money and the numbers. It's not about the exact car that I want. Like, yes, you can do that, but it's more about the sensations and like the stability and alignment in me. So I want stable financial literacy. I want to be financially literate, and I want stable financial independence. That's my main goal.
I basically want financial freedom financial stability for freedom.
Yes.
What does that mean specifically?
To be able to
buy back your time, to be able to do what you want, is what your life's purpose.
Like, I think I was reading a very interesting article recently. It's telling her how like there's no, on like a wide study they did on people with various incomes, there was no drastic jump in like happiness and quality of life or anything after like a certain income cap.
Like 80K or like 100K.
The people that make from 100,000 to $1 million aren't 50% happier. You know what I mean? It's like once you have your basic needs covered, that's it. Like $1 million in your bank doesn't make you happy. You know
it just gets
like,
you
maybe
more.
Some people that's what it does. But like in the reality is that like you want money so that you can be stable, so that you can give your kids.
So you're not worrying. The number one stressor in the world and in America specifically
cause of divorce
is finances.
Right.
It is. It's like that's a fact.
Right.
Sure. Well, like we said, nobody knows, but that's a statistic. That's the evidentiary fact. Like, you know, that, you know, most people that ask that question, it's the money. I don't know where I'm going to get the money next. That's the number one stress in America. And so it's like, if people had their basic needs covered,
they could actually worry about like
their time is bought back,
and, you know, things
to help
that they
the collective
enjoy doing, or focus on themselves, being a better person, or, you know what I mean? Not just like the 9 to 5, the grind, so that you could get by on basic necessities.
People being miserable and insecure is the reason the world is so fucked up, and the only reason everyone's so miserable and insecure is because we're not living exactly our authentic selves. We're living the lives that people expect us to, or that we're supposed to, or that society says we're supposed to do. You know, that's a.
What do you think about that?
That's a belief.
I think that these are really great goals, and you know, getting it to a point where you need to cover your basic needs that's a nice goal to have.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hearing a method to get there is through potentially the law of attraction, and I'm still confused about what that is exactly and what that does in terms of meeting these goals.
Because, like, for instance, okay, so if I don't want to if I'm focusing on financial stability and financial literacy, but the law of attraction is also about action as well, and it's like acting on these, what you're like attracting, right? So
what does that mean?
Like opportunities, like you have to be able to take action. And so if I want to focus on financial literacy, not numbers, I will start putting myself in positions where, you know, I'm attracting money decisions, money opportunities. I want to go out and network more, because I will spend more time around people and attracting people that are financially literate, and so that their life becomes a mirror of my own, and I can get these opportunities. And it's about, when you see these opportunities, you take action on them. So, you know, and if it feels right and you feel in your gut this is like the right way to go, and this is my most authentic path, then it attracts what you are going for. You know what I mean? That's why it's like very picky and like that if you're just aimlessly throwing out like, oh, I need a $5,000. I'm going to manifest $5,000. It's like, then it can come in any way. So if you're not specific about it, like
okay, say you want to quit smoking, you're not going to surround yourself with 20 people who chain
smoke
all day.
Yeah.
That's like the law of attraction. You know what I mean? You surround yourself with what you want.
Yeah, if you want to be well and you want to be more healthy, you need to start attracting people that mirror the life that you want to live.
Situations, opportunities, all things.
And if you're authentically doing that, again, bringing it back to let's start with ourselves instead of trying to seek people that are externally, healthy and that I want to mirror, I just need to become that. I need to start living my daily life as my ideal person, my highest potential, what I think is my better person than I was yesterday. And then those people just start being attracted to me because they're like, hey, we have like commonalities. It's not a leech. It's not leeching because that's not authentic. You're basically leeching off of other people's energy. It's like it needs to come from within. If you want to get well, you need to maybe cut yourself off from certain people that have these habits that you don't want anymore and focus in on yourself, and you'll start attracting people that have more like better, more compatible relationships. Yeah, mindsets, all of that.
So it seems like having this law of attraction focus increases the probability of achieving goals.
Yeah.
For sure.
You are what it's like.
For sure. I mean,
you are what you eat.
Like your parents,
you are what you attract.
Told you your whole life, like, tell me who your friends are. I'll tell you like
where you'll be in 5 years.
Where you've been, like, that's if you want. Right. If you're working towards a goal, set yourself up in that situation.
Yeah. Put yourself in those situations. Put yourself in those environments, to feel and believe that you can be there. Because that's also another thing is the insecurities and not feeling like we're self-worthy. We don't feel like we can act. A lot of people don't actually believe the things that they want. They don't believe they can achieve those things. Like, yeah, you want $1 million, but do you actually see yourself and envision yourself with $1 million? And if you don't, it's never going to happen. You're going to feel these insecurities when you're around people like that. You're going to feel like you don't belong when I go out, I know I belong. I know I belong in Los Angeles, Hollywood. Okay, I'm meant to be here. And that's that, but if you don't have that mindset, you're going to always feel like an outcast and an outsider, but you can only make yourself feel like that. And
it's also a way to help you feel like you belong in wherever you're at.
Yes, because you can only control this bubble. So I always belong in this bubble. I always am at home in this bubble. Okay. So I don't give a shit if the world is burning around me and people are screaming. I have had people say the worst things to me, all these things, do bad things to me, and I'm like, here I am, still standing. So, and I'm even getting even better at it than when these things are actually actively happening. I don't react as much, or I don't become as traumatized to these things. I'm not a young and naive child anymore, but I'm always going to be good in this bubble if I'm constantly focusing on it internally being sound and aligned.
Okay.
I just think like our main point here, like a generalized.
Love yourself.
Yeah, and focus, worry about yourself. Like all I see are people's just unsolicited opinions on
everyone else
all day. You just want to sit on Facebook commenting about what people are doing and this, and somebody's not wearing their mask and somebody is wearing the mask and the vaccine and this. And
I want the vaccine. No, I don't want divisiveness
turns out you're
again.
Miserable sitting in your lazy boy at home in your ranch while your husband's cheating upstairs on you. It's like,
yeah.
And
who are you to say?
Your worth is sitting on your fucking Facebook, commenting on shit that people
on
don't
other people's
care about.
lives.
You know what I mean? I feel like people just don't. That's what we're saying about people not living authentically. People have all these views and opinions, and it's like you're not even doing anything. Who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Worry about yourself, better yourself. Because as you are right now is never going to make a positive impact on society.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if
they're
everyone
constantly
would just
dishing
worry
that.
about their own goals, their own you know what I mean, and just do that. Maybe
people be working for a paycheck, living paycheck to paycheck, when in reality they have good hearts, they want to help people, but the things that they do, society doesn't value as much, so they can't have self-sufficiency or any worth. So that's why I'm also big on, I think everyone should be a mini entrepreneur. I think we should teach more entrepreneurial mindset and ownership and all of that. That's own yourself, own your vibes, own your emotions, own your fucking money, own your business, own, whatever. Yeah. And then I think it's easier to want better for somebody else. If you want better for yourself, you want better for somebody else. Or you should. Otherwise, you're selfish
lately,
shit.
like I've just been seeing so many people struggle lately, like internally and just, you know what I mean? And it's just like everybody's like floundering and like doesn't know what they're doing, and it's like we only get like a short life here.
Yeah, you don't know if you die tomorrow,
like
later today.
everything's taken so seriously, you know, and it's like just live.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
I feel like life is not my ex said this ironically, but it's true. I feel like life is not that deep, but the mind is.
Right.
And the spirit is, and all of and
so
who we are
caught
here.
up in so many things. And
Yeah.
worry,
But life,
anxiety, and like. But
it's
here's
beautiful.
the beautiful earth. Just like waiting for everyone to come out.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you make of it.
So I think the claim we're talking about here is the law of attraction. Pretty much, you know, as being a law, it pretty much guarantees you to get to your goals at some point.
Right.
Or fail. Or
yeah.
fail.
Or
have
attract.
the right mindset, and you're negatively attracted.
Yeah. Then you're gonna. It's that's the thing. It's neutral. Everything is neutral. So law of attraction as well as neutral. It's not a positive thing. It's just is. It just is.
You're going to attract
whatever you're putting out. That's it.
If it's negative, you're gonna attract negative.
If you're constantly worrying about getting something, you're
positive, and you're, you know, sending everything, then you'll attract.
That's why you're constantly worrying about your boyfriend cheating on you, and then oh my God, he cheats, because you're nagging him about like, no shit. That's the energy you're putting out into the world, that you're gonna attract cheaters.
Okay.
You know.
Let me try this thought experiment. If like positive, super into law of attraction, they're always focused, really good, come up to the table here, and one has a goal of like, in 5 years from now, they all have this goal. In 5 years from now, one wants $100,000, one wants $1 million, one wants $1 billion, and one wants $1 trillion. Are they all equally likely to get to that goal by 5 years if they're all super, you know, in line with law of attraction?
Yeah, I think that it's.
I think yes.
Yes,
I think
yes.
It's individualized 100%.
It would just
That
be
depends
based on
how
the
much you're
actions
gonna
they
put into
take.
that. That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
That depends how much each individual is going to put into that.
How bad you want it.
Goal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
At the start today, they would have an equal probability of reaching the goals if they did it right?
Yes,
yeah,
I think so. It's like
there could be two people standing in front of me right now, and you could say, could this person make $1 billion in 5 years, and could this make 100,000?
Yes, absolutely.
What life decisions are they going to make? What
Exactly.
is their business plan? You know what I mean? Like,
it'll be different.
Who are they reaching out with to, you know, invest in that?
Yeah.
Like, what's their platform? Like, of course, it could go.
But if both of them are aligned, absolutely, because it's just about how you get there, and so if somebody's trying to make $1 billion or get $1 million investment, they're not going to be talking to people.
The same people who would invest 100,000.
Yeah.
That person already has a different mindset. You know, like they're already on a different level of thinking, so they probably have a different plan to get to $1 trillion.
Yeah.
You know, they don't have the same.
Yeah, they're not going to be talking to the same people that are making 100K. But then everything is subjective, so success is subjective. So if one person, those two people are equally happy.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it objective with the, you know, the specific metrics of a certain amount of money they can get by a certain time period.
Yeah.
If these are concrete goals and they use the method of law of attraction, they have equal probability of reaching the goal?
I think so. Yes. The universe works with all of us.
The universe works with people
all
to get to there?
Yes.
Okay. How does that?
It's there for us to work with.
Right.
But some people
all
don't.
The opportunities are there.
They're all sitting there. It's all dormant. All of our dreams.
Or seize them, or seek them out, or you know what I mean. Like somebody on this earth right now. Does somebody have $1 trillion?
Yes, or I mean,
so, I don't.
A government does.
Not sure an individual
Apple,
has.
the Apple is worth it.
Okay, so someone on this earth in the state right
has
now
$1 billion net worth.
So they one day set out, probably made a goal to be rich as, you know, had a great idea, like set that, and they did it. There's another person right over there who only has 5. They put that out there. They didn't make any decisions to. Yeah. You know what I mean?
But that's why I don't think it's about numbers. No, I don't even think the people that made $1 billion set the $1 billion goal. I don't think so. I think that they had a big goal to have a big change and big impact in the world, and that's what came of it. And they attracted that $1 billion, and they attract the money. Money is a tool. It's not an end goal. That's why I don't like the numbers game with with a law of attraction and stuff, because I can die with $5, but I was on my way to $1 million, and I was equally as happy as somebody who is using the law of attraction, but they got there faster. And that's another thing, is because I don't like the time thing either, because it's divine timing. It's not about time is also a social construct if you
Or
think
you could
that.
die tomorrow.
So
Like,
exactly.
your
So
life.
why, and your journey is different. What it takes for me to get $1 million might be is going to be completely different from my friend, but that's because it's my journey. And I have way more to learn, and I have way more to offer in different ways, and I have to go through certain things to reach my highest potential. She has to go through way different things to reach the highest potential. It doesn't matter about who gets there first, and
I think
it's not a race.
Circling back to what we were saying initially about the
focus on yourself.
thing.
Yes.
Like she said, every single person has different opportunities, different advantages, different disadvantages
That are made for them.
It's just a fact. So it's like constantly comparing yourself to your friends, to your neighbor, to the people you see on the internet, to the people, it's always going to end up in like an internal struggle because you're
externally looking for validation.
The same exact factors in every situation. So it could have never turned out exactly the same way.
Yeah.
So the constant
millions of
game
manipulated
kind of what I feel like is one of the main issues in people.
Yeah.
Like instead of finding out what is your internalized goal and happiness, you're constantly just comparing yourself to the next person. What are they doing? I should be doing that. I could be doing that.
But that's that's something we're
people
repeating.
Need to not do that. That's what I'm saying. That's your internal.
External versus internal. Focus on the internal so that your external can just be what you make of it and how you feel, and just reflects how you feel inside. If you're constantly using your external and your external is the force that decides how you feel inside, and instead of vice versa, shit, like you don't have any control of it. Like I have somebody that yells at me and calls me a fat bitch, and then I'm like, oh no, I'm sad. Like, for me, instead, because I'm so good inside and I reflect that, I just think that's hilarious. Like, wow, life is a fucking movie. Someone just called me a bitch. You know what I mean? All one decision of how to make it. Yeah.
Cool. Well, anything else to talk about this?
No, I mean, that's that.
This is like a culmination of our trip so far.
Yeah. So, but
I really like, everyone has all of these battles going on inside all the time, and it's just like people just need to learn.
So focus on your own battles, not everybody else's.
And I think like everybody, like every person I talk to is on fucking Zoloft or this or that. They see their psychiatrist and their counselor, which I'm not putting down. I see a counselor, but like I'm saying, like I feel like everybody's so caught up in all
but
this
even
shit.
even
like,
those things are external forces.
And take a hike. Like it's like go outside, get your endorphins.
Yeah, but that's
like it's like,
and I think
a whole other topic, a whole nother door.
Yeah,
but
that's
it's
like insensitive to people sometimes.
Oh no, but that's not what I'm saying. I think Big Pharma is the biggest industry in our company.
Yeah,
I'm saying it's not that every single person out of 330 million, that what 100 million people or something are on like pharmaceutical drugs. It's like that's not necessary.
No,
of course there's people who it is necessary for. But I feel like instead of like really working on internal, people turn to whatever's easiest.
That's exactly another external force is even a therapist. We were just saying this earlier. Even the therapist, yes, these are good tools, but they can't be end goals because that's still using external forces to decide your validation, using your therapist to decide whether or not to feel good that day. Like people need to know that
every morning.
Dependency.
Now I'm good. Like
codependency on external forces depend on your internal force, and that's why a lot of people that's how you heal yourself, and can start using external forces as tools, not deciding factors in your life. Like, you know what I mean? The only deciding factor is
I think if everyone could be at peace with their inner selves, there wouldn't be so much conflict and problems with everything else. Because I think,
but people aren't at peace with everyone else's selves, and exactly the projection.
If you are happy with yourself, you are satisfied and at peace with your life, whatever your life may be, your situation, your finances, your home life, your family, everything, and who you are as a person, like then everybody else would be, and it would be again with that collective individualism.
Well, yeah, because then you don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about you.
Random families that are praying in a mosque because whatever, some motherfucker across the sea said to press the button. Like, why?
Yeah, because they're so concerned about how that person lives their lives.
Mental health reflects everything else and is a domino effect of everything in our world and all of our problems.
Yeah,
that's
like down to from down to relationship problems all the way to war.
Exactly.
Genuinely.
Exactly.
All scale.
Your internal problems reflect on your relationship
all
with your
just based on
significant other
scale.
and our country relationship with every other country at the end of the day.
Because we're like, no,
it all
our way is
comes down
better.
to internal problems.
Yeah. Insecurities about the way that we do things.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah.
Welcome to Los Angeles. If you see me again, I'd love to maybe talk a little bit more specifically about what law of attraction is and how we could potentially test it, tell if it's true or not.
Right.
And,
Well, maybe I'll be using it until the next time I see you. So the next time I talk to you, we'll see where I'm at in
We
life.
could do an experiment.
Yeah.
And every time we talk, I will be further and
We
further.
could attract
that's what
good
I'm.
vibe people
that's-
from the here and see
that's
what
it.
happens.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
like to give one of these little puzzle pieces as a gift to whoever I talk to.
Oh, love that.
Feel free to take one. You can come back and get another piece if you see me again.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God! So then you eventually have a whole puzzle.
They're little stress ball things.
Take a piece.
Should we take the yellow right now?
Yeah.
Feeling the yellow.
Thanks.
Sure.
So.
And what was your names again?
Yeah. I'm G. I'm Bebe G.
G.
Yeah.
G,
BEBE space G. And I don't know what your name is.
Madison.
You can go with
Madison.
Always
whatever.
been. It's always
Gotcha.
gonna be.
I don't know her actually.
Thanks,
We
G,
just
and
met.
Madison. Nice to chat with you. Nice to meet you.
So can we find this on
Here's my
online?
card. You can check me out there. We were live on Twitch. Was that okay?
We
if
were
I-
live on Twitch.
Yeah,
Okay.
And YouTube.
and YouTube. That's his channel.
Is
Yeah.
this called something like a preach session? He said.
That's his Street Epistemology channel.
Dope.
Yeah,
Wait,
this is.
that's so
this is my
fun. Can we
channel.
rewatch it?
Yeah.
Where?
It's live.
On
Well,
his-
Juggling Lessons channel or his Twitch
It's on
channel.
here.
Juggling Lessons on YouTube and Twitch.
Juggling lessons on
Yes.
YouTube.
Famous, bro.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that's
Thank
so
you
funny.
so
Were people saying funny trolling shit?
I don't
to us?
know. I would
No.
look.
No, half the conversation was about the video quality, but the other conversation was about that it was all one way. Usually these conversations are much more two-way.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
It's okay. It's all right.
We didn't know. I didn't know.
That's
what
the
we're
audience.
doing.
They can say what they like.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
It's fine.
Well, I hope the audience is out there attracted to things.
All right.
Yes. Only 13 people watching though.
Yeah.
Right. Well, those 13 people. Exactly.
Thanks. Yeah, they were
Okay.
just in their own world.
Yeah, there was nothing to do.
Yeah.
It was, you'd have had to throw a hand grenade in the middle of that to.
Yeah, that's just why we stick to one-on-one ideally. Sorry about that. And I was just ready to start the stream, and I was still finishing up the setup. But anyway, I did get their names at the end. I have this post-it note reminder.
You didn't get their names.
I did get their names.
Oh,
at the
okay,
end.
good. Good.
Yeah, thanks,
I
Dolly.
think my head is just out of the frame here. I should duck down.
I was kind of watching the chat, and at some point, Travis said, like, what are the limits to this? And I did a little thought experiment of, like, if someone wants 100,000, a million, a billion, and a trillion within
Yeah.
5 years, like for these 4 different people,
Yeah.
they're equally probable to get whatever they want if they use the law of attraction right. That's an extraordinary claim.
Yeah. I mean, wow. There's a whole bunch of claims in there that seem to be missing some parts.
Should I keep this as a topic?
Sure.
Feel free to sit down.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll let Dolly take over as the host.
All right. Anthony asked, what is the experiment drew from a fixed... Okay, I think it's what if the experiment drew from a fixed dollar amount. Do I do any contact juggling? Not really. My ability to flip over to the other side of the hand or so is kind of just minimal, and I haven't practiced that much. I did practice with some people who did contact juggling back when I was teaching juggling, and realized it was another skill, and since I wasn't teaching, and I didn't go through the process of learning it well enough. $1 million at stake. All four are eligible for the entire amount. Would they each get it? Good afternoon, all. We're doing interviews today on any subject you choose. But don't worry, there's nothing at stake. It's only being live streamed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
We're doing interviews. We're live streaming right now. So if you step in, you can be on YouTube and on Twitch.
You know, is the law of attraction true?
Yeah, that's one of the options. And anything else you bring, those are really just suggestions. My name's Dolly.
Okay, Dolly.
I'm also known as Juggling Lessons. What's your name?
I'm Winnie.
Winnie. W-I-N-N-I-E?
Yeah, Winnie OG.
Winnie OG. Okay. So, street epistemology is where you make a claim, and I ask you all the details about your claim and your reasons for your claim, and what kind of data you use to come to those things. And I try real hard not to push back from an alternative perspective, because I think that leads to debates and arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wanted to hear my opinion, we could just flip roles and do it later, you know, as opposed to me trying to convince you of my position while you tell me yours. So that's how street epistemology works. You want to try?
Okay. Oh, I have to put these on?
You can.
Is it? Oh, I can hear myself better.
Yeah, you can hear both of us really a lot better. And you can tell which way is pointing into the microphone. That kind of thing. So,
okay.
is your... would you like to talk about law of attraction?
Yes.
Cool.
Actually, I was pondering on that today.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going through like a spiritual awakening.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about manifesting and law of attraction. And yesterday was like Taurus new moon. So Taurus, it's like Taurus. Am I saying
T-A-U-R-U-S?
Yes.
Okay, like the bull, like the zodiac sign.
The zodiac sign.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So yesterday was the new moon in Taurus.
Okay.
So basically, it's like it's a moon for like transforming, like rebirthing, like manifesting things that you want in your life, like setting intentions, your desires.
Okay.
So that has to do with law of attraction. So, and then I read your thing is laws of attraction real or true?
Yeah.
And I was pondering that. I was like, is this because I've been manifesting for weeks and months, and I'm like, well, maybe I'm just not aligned with what I desire. And that has to do with a lot with law of attraction. It's like, if it's not for your higher good, then it must mean it's not for you.
If it's not for your higher good. So is this...
It's like, so for your betterment or for the betterment of the world.
So if you set something to manifest in your mind and it doesn't come out one reason why that might be is because it's not for your higher good.
Yeah, it's not in alignment with you.
How do you make that choice? Does something outside you make that
The
choice?
universe makes that choice.
The universe makes that choice.
Yeah.
So the universe can tell whether something's going to be in your higher good.
Yeah, for your higher good or the higher good of others.
Okay.
And that's the difficult thing about law of attraction. You're just like giving it up to that's one of the things, like you're surrendering your desires and intention to the universe. And they're taking the burden now, and they're going to manifest these things or make things happen in your favor to align you with what you want, what you're intended to do, basically.
I grew up in a fundamentalist Protestant thing, and they were saying exactly the same thing. They used a different word for universe.
God.
Yeah. They said God or Jesus or
I mean,
or
it
Yahweh
is who. And when I say universe, it's like whoever your source is.
Okay. So there's multiple possible sources.
I mean, like
or
whoever
are they all
God.
the same one and we see it differently?
Yeah, they're all the same one, but you see it differently. So like my source is God, Jesus Christ. I'm Christian. Somebody else can be like, I have a friend who's a guru, and he believes in Hinduism. Even though we play on a different team, we align with God in our own God.
Okay.
So basically, like whoever my source is, when I say source, I'm just saying whoever your God is.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Okay, so source is deity or God or
your deity,
or,
whoever
okay.
yeah.
Are there sources that people think are sources that just flat out aren't? Are some people wrong about their source?
Well, then you would have to be like wrong in your beliefs. I mean, it's like what you believe.
I'm thinking about an example. There is a fake religion called the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Okay.
And I think the people that believe, or the people that talk about the Flying Spaghetti Monster, don't think it's real.
Okay.
Could that be a source?
They don't think it's real? No, then it can't be. I mean, if they don't think it's real, then no, it's not a source. They can't get connected to their source, their inner being, because what they say is, you are like the kingdom of God is in you. So whoever your God is, it's inside. So if you don't believe in the source, then you're not really connected to it. So so you would have to basically be connected to God to be connected to the source.
Okay. So how do you know this works? Have you seen examples of this?
And other people, yeah.
Okay. How about yourself? Personal experience?
Me, I've been practicing this a lot. Really, well, I guess more of healing. I haven't really been practicing law of attraction, but I've been practicing like self-love, healing myself. And with that, when you have like, when you're healing yourself, you have like new desires, new manifestation, new things that you want to bring, new beginnings you want to bring to your life.
My parents taught me the self-love was shameful, but I think they meant something different.
Yeah. No, that's fine too. Actually, they say like, I was reading something about like, how do I say this in a politically correct? So basically, it was about self-love, using self-love to manifest.
Okay.
Because basically, or even any type of intimacy, like that climax that you have is like the pinnacle of like setting off your manifestation into the world.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like
really?
a more powerful way to manifest. Because all that is energy, you're just making energy and you're putting it into the world. And if that energy gets like picked up and it's for you, then it will happen.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I was
like, which week I'm doing it better? How do I know if I'm doing the energy correctly?
That it's just being in a higher vibration, like just being in basically always being in a positive mindset, always having a positive outlook.
That's how I can tell, or that's how I do it?
That's how you can tell. Cause like before me, I was like, I would overthink a lot.
Okay.
I would be negative most of the day. Like I'm just kind of was. I don't know, not happy with life, and then I went through like a breakup or something, like business wise and personal wise. So it just put everything into perspective for me. And then I wasn't really practicing law of attraction. I was practicing self-love and healing.
Okay.
And a little part of that is, I guess, it's like the same principles of law of attraction. So how I know it's working is as the weeks are going along, I'm becoming more and more positive, more and more understanding of myself, more and more kind.
Is that the result you're seeking?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I want to be like, I have affirmations that I'm like, I say like, oh, I am the first multimillionaire of my family.
Okay.
I say stuff like that.
All right.
So I mean, I have and even I came here today actually to do a Reiki healing.
Okay.
That I know on YouTube. This girl named Shakia. She's a healer. She also mentors other healers. But she does these guided meditations every new moon, and the moon basically is a way to intensify whatever your law of attraction or your intent is, your manifestation, whatever. It brings energy because the moon is energy.
The moon is energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know it's a lot of.
Moon is energy. Sex is energy.
Yeah,
what else?
everything is.
Or just everything.
There's like 4 elements, like water, earth, fire. What's the last one?
Air.
Air.
If you're talking about the elements as thought of by Aristotle, I think it was Aristotle who
mentioned that.
Who made that?
I'm actually
that first 4-way idea.
Oh yeah. I'm actually getting into philosophy now.
Cool.
I'm reading this book called The Examined Life. I think that's
The Examined Life.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was by.
Is that from the idea that the unexamined life is not worth living?
Oh.
I think is that what it's coming from? Is that what they're referencing? Yeah. Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And as I'm examining my life, I'm like, yeah, it's worth living.
Okay.
I think about those things, but yeah, I mean, that's how I know. Going back to law of attraction, that's how I know that it's working for me. I don't know. Sometimes, like I said, there's certain things that I've been waiting to manifest, but also you have to take some action. Okay. You just can't be like, oh, give me I am this, but you're not taking action, some steps towards making that manifestation true or intention true.
I want to wave my hypothetical magic wand.
Okay.
Go poof poof. There's 2 Winnies. Okay. These are not you, but they're almost exactly like you.
Uh-huh.
And they both have the goal to be multimillionaires, the first multimillionaires in their family.
Uh-huh.
They're in the same family, by the way, so there's maybe a little competition here going on.
Okay.
I want to put my bet. I want to put my bet on which one's going to win. How can I tell? What sort of things could I use to predict which one of those 2 Winnies
will win?
Will get their second? That will have $2 million and $1.
Well, why
I
does
assume you're talking about dollars.
But why does it have to be like a competition?
It isn't. This is that you're saying it works.
Oh, you're saying like who would get there faster?
So I got these 2, and since they're in the same family and the goal is to be the first, the goal includes the competition, right?
Okay.
And I'm not saying that means the other can't get there. Not at all saying that.
Right, but who would get there faster?
Right. So how could
by using law of attraction?
Right. If I look at their law of attraction, what are they doing right now? What could I see that one of them is doing the other one isn't? That's going to make them get ahead faster.
That's a good question. I was just thinking about that today too. I'm like, what is it that?
Yeah. What's the optimum path? I mean, it seems like there's.
You know what? I think it's just living. I guess I want to call it like living in the 5D. Yeah, there's like a 5th dimension, so it's like just living in love, like.
Would the 4 dimensions be 1, 2, 3 time, and then the 5th dimension is this other thing you're talking about?
Yeah, we can say that.
Okay.
I mean, this is the first time I've heard.
I'm just trying to understand the notion of what the fifth one is.
Well, okay, so like
I've heard
in this
string theorists talk about it, and I bet that's not what you're talking about.
No, okay, so in this like spiritual awakening, they have like these two dimensions people live in. It's like either the 3D, which is all the bad, yucky things like jealousy, envy, anger, depression, anxiety. Okay. It's like where all these kind of bad things live. And then there's the 5D where love lives, happiness lives, compassion lives, you know. So I tend to think in the 5D because my
parents called that the spiritual realm.
The spiritual realm, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's another good way to think about it. So basically, because your thoughts become your manifestations, you always want to kind of be in a good positive mind state. You can manifest bad things.
If I think bad things, will bad things manifest?
Yes, absolutely.
So
your thoughts...
What if I can't stand horror movies and yet I still get exposed to horror movies? Does that mean that I'm going to manifest bad things? Is that the kind of negativity you mean? Just like having things...
No, I probably think more like negative self-talk, like, like, I'm such an asshole or something. Oh, it's because I don't know.
No, it's fine. Asshole is well within the...
Or I'm, you know, I can't do this. Fuck. Right. Okay. I can't do this. Is he working with you also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, that's his card. And we're transmitting on YouTube, on my channel, and on Twitch, on his Twitch channel.
Okay.
And then these beauties are recording for him to edit things to go later on his YouTube channel.
Gotcha.
Because his YouTube is carefully edited stuff, and my YouTube is live, let it all hang out.
Got you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of cameras are these? I'm just curious.
GoPros.
Okay.
And ask him for more details because GoPros is...
No, because
they have numbers.
You know, I wanted to do something.
I can confirm they are cameras and they have resolution.
Yeah.
Beyond that.
Well, during this, just to mention, during this awakening so I work in, I'm a designer.
Mm-hmm.
And I do I do more merchandise, like fashion design.
Okay.
But really, I've been kind of creative directing, I guess, for the last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I just did a project with Cheech and Chong. You ever heard of Cheech and Chong?
Yeah. I'm a fan.
Yeah, they're really cool guys. They're awesome. And so that's kind of been my lane. And so I have been called on to have been like training to be a life coach.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you know, I'm still like trying to keep this old career and then do this. So the reason why I said that was a lot of the material that I've been reading has to do with like law of attraction.
Mm-hmm.
And if it does work, like if it is true. Because all I'm doing is
the reading is about if it's true, or the reading...
No, it says it's true.
To figure out if it's true.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've been putting it into practice, but I'm just waiting to see. So it's good that you're asking me these questions as far as like the two Winnies, right?
Yeah.
Which will be more successful. I feel like I'm going through that now. There's like two me's right now since I'm going through like a transformation. And I think, okay, well, this is old Winnie, and now this is new Winnie.
Oh.
I look at it like that.
Old and new Winnie. All
Yeah.
right. And old Winnie would have done things, your prior status quo, and new Winnie will follow a new strategy.
Yeah, the new strategy being having a positive mindset.
Okay.
Mastering my mind and my mood and my attitudes.
Okay.
On a daily basis, because your thoughts can become your world. This is what the laws of attraction mention.
Sure.
Your thoughts are what you manifest, right? So if you manifest bad thoughts, you'll get bad things happening to you, basically. So if you manifest like I'm tired all the time, you're gonna be tired all the time. With the example you made with the horror film, it's like it's
easy for me to avoid horror films. I just don't turn them on.
Right.
But I don't live alone. And other people that are around me like horror films. So I'm walking through the living room going, ooh, you know, it happens. And okay.
Does it bother you so much that will you speak to whoever is playing this type of horror films to maybe stop? Because it's...
Yeah, and usually I just absent myself from where it's playing, and that's accepted. My family's very kind to me about this. And they'll say, oh, I'm going to be watching a movie. You probably want to go to the basement. Yeah, thanks. And I'm out of here.
And you feel, and you're okay with that?
Oh, totally.
So then,
totally.
Yeah.
I'm totally happy with them ingesting this stuff. I just know that it's nightmare fuel for me. If I watch horror films, I can tell in my nightmares for the next month or two that I did, and so I just don't want
to. What's your thoughts on law of attraction?
Okay.
Like if there was two yous.
Right.
What, and one was practicing law of attraction, and the other wasn't.
Okay, so there's two me's. One that's doing law of attraction, one that's not. I think the one that's doing law of attraction will focus really hard on staying positive and following the rules, and I think the other one will probably be more successful due to better focus. If I use this as a scale on law of attraction, and this is, oh my gosh, law of attraction is the best possible thing, and here it's not very useful, I find it about here, because I think it is very important that we control our own mental hygiene. I really want to not spend a bunch of time ruminating, and yet I'm wired that way. So I'm wired to ruminate. How do I get enough rumination to solve my need, and not so much that I'm wasting time and effort? That kind of thing. I think law of attraction is vague.
Yeah.
I want more specific instructions. Yes, positive. Yes, affirmation. Yes, good feelings with other people. Yes, choosing places you want to be. I think a lot of the advice of law of attraction is first rate. And I think it's incomplete.
What's incomplete about it?
I think it says, and this will directly lead to a thing. And I don't think it directly leads to a thing. I think you also have to do a lot of things that law of attraction wouldn't say I shouldn't. Okay, so I can totally do law of attraction and do all the right things, but I think the description of law of attraction isn't sufficient to allow me to choose the right things.
Isn't sufficient enough for you to choose the right things?
Yeah, like for example, I recently was on a team, wrote a piece of 30 pages of beautiful work. And we want to put it out in the world and get feedback from people. And law of attraction wouldn't say do that. It would say be positive, just put it out in the world. And I'm saying, no, we're gonna take it further. We're gonna focus group it, and we're gonna see if we can make it better than what we could have made it on our own. And law of attraction wouldn't say I shouldn't do that, but it doesn't instruct me to do that. Stuff like that.
I didn't.
You didn't follow that.
I saw those women walking. I said, okay. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Mention that to me one more time.
Okay, so me and a team have made a beautiful thing.
Sure.
We think it's beautiful.
Okay.
And now we're focus grouping it. We're sending it out to a bunch of people, getting their feedback.
Sure.
And we're going to incorporate that feedback. I think that's better than if we hadn't done that. I think getting feedback and incorporating the feedback is not in law of attraction, and it should be.
Getting feedback from the universe.
Okay. Would you say that it is in law of attraction and I'm misunderstanding?
I do. I feel like there are signs that the universe or your source or whatever is showing to you that it might not be in alignment, or something's not right, or you are on the right path. You mentioned you said rules. When you said something about rules when you were talking about law of attraction. Do you think there's rules to law of attraction?
Yes.
What are those rules? I'm just curious.
Maintain a positive mental outlook under any conditions.
Wow.
Is that about right?
Under any condition, I would say no.
No?
No. I mean,
I'm overstating it then.
I mean, how I practice it is just controlling my mind.
Okay.
Because all the power is in your mind, controlling my thoughts to be positive and holding space for what is it that I'm manifesting or my intention.
Okay.
So I have space in my mind for this intention, this desire that I have. And so every day I'm putting into actions little by little to get that desire, but things sometimes don't work out the way you want it to. That means they're not in alignment. And there's like I feel like there's a duality to law of attraction. It's like you can get it bad or you can get good.
Okay, you can attract the bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And or you can attract, I guess, nothing. There's three things. You can attract nothing because it just wasn't for you. But I wouldn't say under all circumstances. I mean, you try to be positive, but I mean, yeah, that's the main rule. But I don't know. I just when I heard that, I was like, oh, that didn't resonate.
I'm very likely to be oversimplifying it.
Yeah, it does sound oversimplified in that way, in that regard.
Okay.
Because I'm just like, oh, it's kind of, I know, final, like just, but you are supposed to be positive because I know that your thoughts, basically, and there was like some kind of quote too. It's like your thoughts become your words, right? And then your words become your action, basically.
Yes.
I forgot who said that.
Absolutely.
So yes, one of the rules is to be positive. Is there other rules you feel like of law of attraction?
I'm not sure if it's a general law of attraction, but I think one of the rules is that all sources should be treated equally.
Yes. Respect all things and respect yourself. I looked at what you just said.
Yeah.
That was what I took.
Yeah. Is that a rule for?
Yeah, that's a rule
that you see? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just trying to confirm what rule, because I didn't think there was really rules. It was just kind of more of a guideline.
Maybe it's guidelines. Yeah. I don't need to overfit what rule means.
Do you have any other rules?
Any other rules from law of attraction? There's the claim that. Okay, I'm not sure if it's a rule. It seems like there's a claim in law of attraction that says if you have your head in the right space, if you're doing the right thing inside your mind, that will affect external reality. And you just said, and it affects your words and it affects your actions. And that to me is like, well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there's an implication, and some people would see it as if I just think the right things, it'll happen.
It also has to be vibration.
What's vibration?
Energy.
Vibration is energy. Okay.
So basically, what scale of where your energy? That's why I'm going back to this 3D, 5D. So 3D is like low vibrational, it's low energy. 5D is like high vibrational, high energy.
Okay.
So the more high energy you have, the more aligned you will become with your manifestation or your intent. So not only thinking it in your mind.
Sounds like that means that I have to embrace the spiritual realm to have any power.
In the physical it's like physical and spiritual.
Right, you're saying that I have to work in both the physical and the spiritual to have power, and somebody who's not working in the spiritual would be significantly diminished in their power.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It needs to match. It's like like, I don't know, yin and yang, peanut butter and jelly. It's like if you don't have one without
Okay. So now if I
so
had somebody
mindset,
over here.
Oh, mindset
Mhm.
and energy, like your aura.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, energy, aura, and vibration, something that I'll need to understand a lot better before I'll be able to do much of it there. This adding in that fifth dimension, adding in that spiritual realm, sounds to me like it's a real big key.
Yeah.
Yes? So imagine I've got somebody walked up over here and said, you need to include the physical and the metaphysical. And then you ask them what the metaphysical is, and it doesn't strongly overlap with what you call spiritual. How do I tell whether you're right or they're right?
Well, metaphysical and spiritual, I mean, I feel like it goes hand in hand. Some people think like, I don't know, like as far as like
I'm using words that have really wide meanings here.
Okay.
And I'm saying that that person who walked up, they use a term, they might even use the term spiritual, but what they mean is not similar to what you mean.
Okay. What do they mean by spiritual then? What if it's not? I'm having a hard time understanding.
They mean doing rituals in a particular religion. I don't know which religion whatever. But they think it's the doing of the rituals.
Yeah.
That makes the spiritual.
Yeah, it just brings the spiritual into the physical. When you do rituals and stuff.
Rituals
like that.
bring spiritual into the physical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you can't see the spiritual realm. That's why.
How do you detect the spiritual?
Through signs and synchronicities.
Okay. Like what signs?
Sometimes it can come through like numbers. Like sometimes I could be walking and I don't know, my attention will be drawn to something and it'll say like 222, you know. And these are like angel numbers. So like 444 or even like 999 means like the beginning of it, the ending of a cycle and the beginning of a new beginning. So there's like certain numbers, or even when I see crows, they're like my spirit animal. When I see like a lot of crows around, I know that the crows are very wise and intelligent. And so it's like a sign. Sometimes when you see a lot of your spirit animal, it's a sign that you're on the right path, that your manifestation is coming. So people do, like, for instance, I did a ritual last night, a new moon ritual to manifest my intentions. And, you know, to kind of shed my old self and kind of give me strength to take action, you know, in my life. Because I'm at the end of doing all the things that's necessary for me to do as far as manifesting, like physically, and doing it in my mind. And now it's like I'm putting the energy, you know, into that by doing the rituals, the physical energy.
Okay.
And I feel like it's more powerful, and that, you know, my manifestations are going to come into fruition. And one person told me this too, a law of attraction or manifesting. They're like, law of attraction is like writing a letter and putting it in the mailbox, and you're gonna get it delivered. What you know, when it's divine timing, basically, when it's time, when it's in alignment. Going back to what I was saying, when it's in alignment with you, and divine timing.
And I'm hearing that you have to give that timing up. You have to.
Oh yeah, you need to
surrender.
You don't have control over the timing, right?
Okay.
You don't have. With law of attraction, the only thing you have control of is your spiritual and physical energy being positive. Okay. And then, you know, but you do have to, you surrender all these things, like the control of making things, like there's a thing you can manifest too much, right? One rule I heard.
What happens if I manifest too much?
Basically, it won't come true. So a lot of people say like set it and forget it with the manifestations. Like set your manifestation, set your intent, and like forget about it, but practice, you know, practice positive thinking and being positive in the physical, like being kind, even when people are not kind to you. Lead in with love, lead out with love. So just like again, going back to that 5D, staying in that 5D, physically, mentally, your mind is a garden seeds. So the manifestations are like seeds you're planting in your mind. And so they're supposed to grow and produce, and you should gain a good harvest if you do all these things. But even for me, I haven't like surrendered full control. Like I'm still like trying to control things like, oh, this, or always asking how or why, or sometimes you just got to let it go and be like, hey, I set the intention. And then also then I'm following my heart more than my mind. I'm guided by my heart chakra now. I used to be very logical, and sometimes logical thinking doesn't really coincide with spiritual thinking or spiritual being kind of spiritual. Yeah, because sometimes it's not logical.
Sometimes it's illogical. Not logical.
Yeah. I'm very curious on your opinion about law of attraction. Have you ever had law of attraction work for you? Like, has it ever came true for you?
Of course.
Okay. Do you practice it?
No. I don't think it has come true for me in a way that's better than random. I have seen a lot more than the fingers I have on my hands. Friends who have used law of attraction and in their life, and then they give up law of attraction and they take off and do better.
Really?
Yeah. I think in some cases, maybe they were doing it wrong. Maybe they were doing it in a way that's not like what you would see as law of attraction, but they thought it was. They called it that.
Right.
And they did it wrong enough to crash and burn. And I don't mean that, 10 out of 10. I mean, I've seen enough of it that I have low confidence that law of attraction is, when they succeed, was the reason they succeeded. I can see lots of other reasons they succeeded. And I can also see many people succeeding while not managing to keep a positive mindset. I know a lot of very grumpy, angry people that are successful. How do I square that with law of attraction?
Right. Yeah. And that's another thing. There's a lot of people, that do bad business, but they're still, they're still making money, right? There's still all these things, and that's what that's what I realized. Like, there's a duality. There's the shadow side. So I just can never say like, even though I'm doing the right thing, and it's not working, or I feel like it's like, for instance, I'm like, oh, it's not working. I'm getting frustrated, especially this week. I think to myself, and I'm like, well, it just wasn't for my higher good.
Okay.
But I still have faith in the process. I think that's another thing. It's like having undying faith. Right? I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so please define for me what faith is, and then how undying faith is.
No, I was just joking, but no, but having faith. No,
okay.
But honestly, having faith.
Okay.
Having faith is just having, believing in something that you can't see or is unknown to you, right? To me.
Okay.
Like, I work freelance, right? I'm like, well, the client is not calling like they used to, but I have faith there's going to be a client next week. It's unknown if I will, Okay. I mean, am I doing things that are...
So you're acting as if there will be a client next week without knowing?
Yeah.
Without certainty?
Like, basically, I'm not certain of my income next week, right?
Sure.
I don't know if there's going to be a client, it's going to be dead silent, but I have faith that through my work, there's going to be some kind of referral or something coming in, right? That's what I mean, but it's not certain.
Right. I had a mentor who taught me that expect the best and prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
Does that work within this definition of faith?
Yes, but sometimes you can't even prepare for the worst. It just happens. I mean, you can prepare for it,
Sure.
but you won't be prepared for it. It just, sometimes you get hit
Sometimes
with these
there's
tower,
no preparation.
Yeah, there's these tower moments. You're like, where the hell did this come from?
If I'm going to get struck by lightning and die,
Right.
there's nothing I can do to prepare for that.
Yeah.
There's zero that matters. So
You just need
ignore
to
it.
have
I
faith
just have to.
that
Yeah,
everything
I know.
will be fine.
I
And
know the chance that I'm going to wake up tomorrow is like less than 1 in 20,000.
Right.
Okay.
And another
Just
thing,
from lifespan. I don't mean that there's something scary.
right. I was going to mention another thing that I do. Oh God, I just lost my train of thought.
Mhm.
But I was going to add on to what you were saying. Oh God, it'll come to me. But yeah, law. As I'm using it now, I mean, who knows? In a month or two, maybe I won't use law of attraction. This is very, very new to me. But I, like I said, I'm just doing a lot of healing, like
Okay.
inner child healing, shamanic healing, Reiki healing.
Is that working?
Yeah, I'm in a better, positive mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't before. Like, I was a very negative person, and I would overthink things a lot. And
Did that affect your designing?
yeah, because sometimes I just didn't want to do it, or I just because I feel like for me, and especially for a creative, and this is where the life coaching, why I was actually training to be a life coach for creatives, because we suffer blockages, sometimes. And it's like, let's say you're an athlete and you break your ankle. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
It's like, it's detrimental, really.
Yeah.
Because you just, especially if you can't get through that, you're just like kind of stuck. You feel stagnant. You don't feel like that creative flow is like moving. Sometimes I could sit in front of I have like a, brainstorm board or a mood board that we start off projects with. They'll give me like a brief and they'll say, okay, well, this is the project we're gonna do. Or sometimes I create the project and I'll send the brief and I'll say, hey, this is what I think we should do. Sometimes it's hard to, especially when it's asked of you, it's hard to give that, because you gotta really think and go deep. I mean, for me, some creatives, if they don't have any blockages, like they're creating all the time, they probably have like 100 ideas a day, $1 million idea every day, But when you have this blockage, you just, like I said, stagnant. Can't think of anything. Nothing comes out that feels authentic to you. A lot of things that I scratch.
Okay. Editor's winning, writer not so much.
Yeah. Editors are making a killing right now.
Hey, for me, I have an editor side and a writer side, and they're constantly. I mean, I try to get them to help lift together, but they're mostly arm wrestling.
Yeah. That's how I feel. Well, certain, because I'm doing more like IP and licensing work. I feel like, the creative side for me, I've done that so long. I want to switch to more like actually creating these deals, because I was always kind of going through like a third party. They would create the deal and I would have like the creative service. But now I'm bringing these two things together.
Nice.
So I'm trying to be all vertical. Do the designing, make the deal as far as the collaboration. So I'm just self-sufficient. And
Elon thinks that way. That might work.
Yeah. Right.
If Elon's doing it, that might work.
Oh man, I wish I would have gotten into that Dogecoin. I would have made a pretty penny. I was hoping, I was watching SNL Live on Saturday, or I didn't watch it, I just saw a couple clips, but I was gonna put some money on Dogecoin, because I knew he was gonna talk about it.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't.
No, I'm glad I didn't either.
I'm so glad you didn't.
Thank God.
Everybody had that same idea.
Well, then there you go. And I thought about it. I was like, well, because there's actually only 20 people who own majority of or there's only, I'm not gonna say 20 people, sorry, 20 wallets that own majority of the Dogecoin.
Yeah.
So when they cash out, it's gonna crash, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, whoever.
I think Elon was mentioning that.
Yeah.
I'm good to know it's 20. I didn't know that.
Yeah, 20.
I did know that he said that far too much of Dogecoin is being held by far too few people for it to be a long-term good idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, Bitcoin, I wish, man, I actually bought some Bitcoin back in the day when I was on Silk Road trying to buy mushrooms. When I lost the Bitcoin, so I was like a Bitcoin. I paid
you lost it.
Yeah, because back then I didn't really understand the whole concept. This is probably like 2013, that you put it in a wallet. So that wallet usually is stored on a hard drive. So if you get rid of the hard drive, the wallet's gone.
I see. So you had some Bitcoin and you lost access to it.
I actually had one.
Oh.
I had one Bitcoin.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm like law of attraction. I'm going to manifest it again. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do some more research on law of attraction.
Okay.
There's cameras there too?
Yeah,
Awesome.
that one right there that I'm pointing at, the phone, that's the one that's doing the live stream. You can see us on live stream right here.
Oh yeah?
That's actually on YouTube. And the other one, and these small ones, are for Reed to do editing later.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Can Winnie not win? This is Travis.
Yeah.
I still have faith in the process, undying faith. I have 6 fingers.
He's just quoting you.
Oh, okay. Can Winnie not win? I don't know. I hope I feel her on this. What do they? My wife bought a read-through of 80. I wish I did. Okay, cool. No, I'd like to take questions from them.
Sure. Okay.
Law of attraction. Like, what does it mean to them?
All right. So there's a question.
Because I feel like everybody has. Okay, what's the question?
There's a question. What could hypothetically reduce your faith or reduce your confidence in the law of attraction? Right now, I'm assuming the law of attraction, your confidence is up here and somewhere in this range. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
put it wherever you think it goes.
Let's say. Well, let's say there.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I will say this. Yeah, I'm just keeping the faith. I'm keeping the faith, and I'm doing the work every day.
Would that move you up? Keeping the faith and doing the work every day?
Yeah.
Okay, so slowly, as long as things go the way you're continuing to go, it should ratchet.
But that is another good. That's another good thing. How if things don't go my way?
Right.
Then how will I feel? Will I still have the faith? That's where I'm. I haven't.
Should that move you down?
That's a good question. I don't know. In real law of attraction, I believe no. I mean, as a human being, you're like, if it doesn't work after a while, you kind of tend to scrap things that don't serve you.
I think that means you have a ratchet and it can only move in one direction.
Yeah. If you believe in law of attraction, you need to believe, all the way through. You need to have faith even though at those times where it's not going your way. Like, again, alignment. It's all about alignment and divine timing.
Is there any test that you could perform where the result would lower your confidence?
Well, the result would lower my confidence in law of attraction.
There's a test, and it's gonna go this way or that way, and that there's one of the ways it could fall that would lower your confidence, and obviously the other one would raise.
Yeah. Again, like with the law of attraction, for me, no, you just have to have that faith. That's how things work for you, even if it proves to be wrong. That's like that undying faith that the universe, along with you, are co-creating your world.
They said good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. It's good.
I mean, that's how I feel about it. Because you're co-creating your world. I liked it when I said that. It kind of resonated. But you're co-creating your world with God or the universe or your source. Right. It's like, I have
two directions of questions to go, but you're first.
No, I was gonna ask, like, are you? What's your background? Your religious background?
I grew up in a Christian fundamentalist missionary school.
Right.
And was, really right wing, probably really racist until I was 20-ish.
Okay.
And then And then I became smart enough to recognize that young Earth creationism was an absolute non-starter, and the Earth at least was old, and evolution was at least true. And I took off 90% of my Christian and dropped it in the bin, and became a real liberal.
Okay.
Ended up landing in 2000 in Judaism.
Oh, okay.
And was a Jewish convert until 2007 or 8 or so. And I started a study of the Bible with all the Hebrew and the commentaries and all the stuff. I started starting at Genesis, and when I got, it took me 3 years to get to Deuteronomy 4:2, and whoa, crash and burn. Serious crash and burn, because I was recognizing the structure and the history of the Bible, and the notion that that they were saying under no conditions should anyone ever add to the law, and then in that book add twice as much to the law as what had come before. That cognitive dissonance just killed my faith.
Yeah.
And I was teaching in the temple. I was lots of stuff.
Right.
And it took me about a year. And then I went through a really ugly, about 6-year-long angry atheist phase.
Okay.
It's very normal for people to have an atheist phase.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely. You know what's so funny? My business partner, I recently found out, is atheist. And I was really shocked because it seems I don't know why, I don't even want to plug the coffee shop that
Go ahead. I
don't want to, because
okay, you don't want to.
No, because I don't want people like, oh, these hypocrites.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. Good. We don't want to. We don't want to diss them.
The name. I'm just gonna say it's called Saint Blank. Okay, so, and I'm thinking, but the name of the business is this, right? And I'm like, how is it that, I was kind of like, this doesn't really coincide with the brand. Or anything that we're doing if you're atheist, because what we're trying to provide is like, well, I guess it doesn't matter, but to me I found it very I don't know, like just very weird, because I looked at it like we are building a brand to build a community, right, of like-minded divine individuals, and who love arts, who love coffee, who love apparel, who like one-of-a-kind things, and kind of have this type of dialect with what we're doing today at the coffee shop, with just people randomly coming in and just talking about different topics. Absolutely. Whatever it may be.
Jargon is so pervasive. Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes.
And every school of thought ends up having its recognizable jargon. I think that's right.
I don't feel like people know enough about each other's jargon.
Right. That's part of what we're doing.
Yeah.
If I'm having a conversation, it's like the least useful conversation I can have with somebody is one where it's all one way and they're not even thinking about it. They're just reading me their script, right? And it's still useful to me, because at least that's an opportunity for me to learn their dialect.
Right.
Which might be an ideological or political or religious dialect, whatever it is.
So the jargon I was using today with the 5D and source, and so these are all things that you're learning now. You can input them in your own.
Yeah. So if I'm speaking to somebody with that's bringing up law of attraction, I would say, is source what you mean? And they say, yes. Okay. Good. Now we're talking about the thing.
So I want to make sure, like, there's source, right? I mean, there's law of attraction. What I was doing was like self-healing, right? It's healing. But so whenever you're healing, you do get into manifesting and design, or trying to design your life, right? And sometimes you do it, or however you want to do it, you can do it through a law of attraction. That's like one way to do it, to design the life that you want to have, right? Or want to create. Like right now, I'm co-creating a new life for me, because I've realized my old life wasn't worth it at all. Like, I mean, not to say at all, but I mean, my old self wasn't serving me. It was actually putting me in a very anxiety, depressive state, and it was affecting my work. Like, I couldn't create. It took me like 6 months to do this one project, which normally almost actually a year, but that had to do with COVID and stuff. But what I'm saying is like, is I'm changing, and this law of attraction is like a small part of my healing, right? But I even want to learn more about law of attraction and implement it into my life. I am manifesting things,
Okay.
And I've been doing it the last couple months, or I would say, the last 3 months. But I'm still learning how to do it.
Okay.
So I would say I wouldn't have like all the answers. Just that I'm just doing that self healing, and I'm just like falling into this law of attraction.
I have 2 questions, and I'm going to try to combine them.
Okay.
If that doesn't make any sense, then we'll separate them out and talk about it.
Okay.
Okay. The first one is, so you're looking at a series of teachers of law of attraction. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, so now we're looking, I don't know, YouTube, wherever we're looking. How do you sort between them to decide who has the best idea? Because I'm betting that they don't perfectly agree.
No, everybody, so everybody has their own thought on law of attraction. I don't know, I just go by whatever resonates with me.
Okay, so resonance is the way you choose.
Yeah.
Okay. Is faith part of that resonance?
Yes, I believe, yeah.
Okay.
Having faith, so let's go a little deeper. So intuition.
Okay.
Intuition is what your gut is telling you, right? So that's another thing. I've been following and being guided by my intuition now. I'm trusting into my intuition than more logic thought, or like it might not be logically right, but in my gut I'm like, this is what my intuition is telling me to go with this, right?
Yeah.
So this is how you get the resonance when you are going with your gut, your intuition. And you're like, okay, you read something, you're like, oh, my gut, something's resonating. That's really my intuition.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say. So when I, I'll go on YouTube, I'll go through different meditations, right? Or chakras, so I'll just go through, and then I'll read something, and I'm like, oh, wow, that kind of resonated with me, and I'll listen to it. And if I like it, I continue to listen to it. And doing the meditations every day is connecting me with source and strengthening my intuition, my guidance. So
how do you test when your intuition is strengthened?
That's a good question.
Is it that you implement it and you get positive results?
Yeah.
If you implement it and you get negative results, then what?
And again, then it wasn't for you. I'm going through that phase right now. Like I said, I'm going through this.
So that doesn't mean your intuition is weaker. It means the universe intervened.
Yeah. The universe. See, sometimes when you're not on the right path, the universe will intervene and put you on the right path. Right. That's more aligned with what you're doing. So, someone can like manifest, like, I want to be an NBA basketball player, but they're like 67 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, it ain't happening for me.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's not in alignment with what. Yeah. What
I can
they
throw,
can do.
But I cannot dribble.
But that doesn't mean, like, maybe they fell into coaching basketball, right?
Sure.
And helped someone else get into the NBA and get recognition, or gets to work for the NBA, or that's more in line with I wanted to be NBA basketball player.
Yeah.
So it kind of puts you into alignment with your true purpose, right? So
how can you tell the difference? Or do you just have to take it
by
through
faith
intuition? That that's the reality?
Yeah, through intuition and your faith. Like, it's that gut feeling that says, yes, this is what I am this is what I'm feeling, and it feels right for me. You look for that aha moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes, I'll and again, the signs, right?
Mm-hmm.
The numbers, the spirit animals, or some, maybe you keep hearing the same word over and over that pertains to what you're trying to do. Maybe you, there's just so many things that can be signs, but usually it's like numbers or animals or.
What if somebody figured out what your spirit animal was?
What if they figured it out? Yeah, people can
figure it out.
Because
they were listening. Right.
Sure.
They heard you.
Ask them. I actually have two spirit animals. I'm pretty sure. Like I have one is the crow and one is the elephant.
Okay, so because an elephant was too inconvenient.
Okay.
They raised a dozen pet crows that they trained.
Uh-huh.
And then they would send them out to interact with you.
Uh-huh.
After they made a suggestion that you make an investment.
Okay.
Could they trick you?
Could they trick me? Well, no, because the universe. See, they could probably trick me, but the universe wants good for you. It's not gonna bring anything to you that's not.
But the guy with the crow doesn't want good for you. In my hypothetical.
Yeah, there's okay.
Wants your money. I mean.
Yeah, there's like good and bad. There's like good and bad in this world. Connected with your gut feeling, you're not put into those situations because your borders are. I mean, you have your borders up, right?
Okay.
You could tell when someone's trying to take from you or do something new. It's a vibe as well. So it naturally will kind of like just stay out of your way. You know what I mean? Like,
do you
just
use this kind of intuition across all decisions?
Yeah, I do. Now I do. Before I would like think about it, overthink, and then end up sometimes overthinking so much, end up making the wrong decision,
Okay.
But sometimes, nowadays I just like, and I'm strengthening my intuition. Sometimes my intuition is leading me the wrong way because I second guess my intuition.
Okay.
So something will tell me, oh, I should do this, but then here comes my mind said, no, I don't think that's a good idea. But really, it is a good idea. And so that's the fight is really with your mind, doubting what your gut is telling you to do, because the gut will never tell you wrong. Your intuition will never steer you wrong.
What's your confidence on your intuition will never steer you wrong? All the way up.
All the way.
Okay.
Yeah, your intuition will never steer you wrong.
Thank you for this conversation. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Your
gut will never steer. This will steer you wrong, but this and your heart will never steer you wrong.
Okay. Well, then you have a solution. As long as you follow that, you can never make errors.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? How does your audience feel about that?
Oh, how does the audience feel? Well, I know that's not true.
Why do they say that?
Ha, your gut definitely steers you wrong. If the cops didn't see it, I didn't do it.
Oh my God.
That might be something else.
Oh my God. See, they have little faith.
Probably true.
They don't have any. I wonder why they're saying that. Wow, that's funny. Well,
because they believe that intuition can steer them wrong.
Are they mostly men in the chat?
I don't know.
Oh.
I recognize.
One thing I always hear about is like women having stronger intuition.
About 4 or 5 people, and at least one of them is female.
Okay. Well, yeah, this was a wonderful conversation. I didn't get much clarity.
Has been an expert on Reiki.
Oh, really? Reiki healing? Okay.
Yes, and she said, excellent conversation, Dolly and Winnie. Thanks. I have been wrong on stuff where I followed my gut.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, ask her. I want to ask her, what does she think of law of attraction?
Okay.
I don't know. She can hear me right now. What's her thoughts on lava?
While she's typing, because there's a delay.
Okay.
Another question is, if a female used her intuition and were mistaken in their conclusion, what would you think?
They didn't follow their intuition, or they like again I said, like your mind can doubt your gut intuition, right? So if you were going with your intuition and you believed it, I think there's only one thing, then it wasn't for your higher good, right? Or your intuition just wasn't strong enough, or it got...
What leads you to believe that the universe is working toward your higher good?
Well, with the positive energy that I'm bringing into the universe. So it's like, that's why I was always saying, like, be positive, because you're bringing positive energy. Positive energy will come back to you. If you bring negative energy will come back to you.
I think that's the claim.
Yeah. That's the
What's the reason to believe the claim?
What's the reason to believe it? I just have faith in it. I'm just having faith that if I'm positive, the world will give me positivity back.
Do you know people who have faith who are wrong? If you like, I'll toss out some examples.
Yeah. No, but life is not like it's gonna be perfect. There's gonna be times where things don't work out. There's a duality to things. So but I will say, like, if you follow your gut and it didn't work out, it wasn't for your higher good. That's how I look at it.
That's the claim. Yes.
That's the claim. It just wasn't aligned with what your intention was.
I will be here on Wednesdays.
Okay.
Reed will be here on Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Oh, here?
Yeah, right at this spot. Most Wednesdays, most Saturdays. We're not guaranteeing. This is not like a job.
I want to do a to be continued on this law of attraction.
Very good.
I'm gonna actually do some more research, and and get some more. Yeah.
I want you to tell me about those things that you've decided.
Those people.
I want you to fill me in and keep me up on a process.
Well, because
if you're discovering something, I want to know about it.
No, what's funny is, like, you're kind of a guinea pig right now, because I'm actually doing that. I'm going through the process to understand if this claim is true, if it is true or not. So this is what I'm practicing for the last maybe 90 days.
Do you want me to do a test with you?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so tell me what, especially if it would fit on a Post-it note.
Okay.
What should I do for how long, and what results should I expect?
Okay, I'm gonna write this down.
I did a test back in...
I'm gonna watch the YouTube. Will this be on
Sure. Have those, have that.
Or do you? Okay, write what you want me to.
No, I'm.
You want?
Like, for example, back in January, I was having a conversation like this with a Mormon friend of mine.
Okay.
And he said, if you go to church with me for 30 days and you pray every night and do this, and we laid it out, and it was about a paragraph long. We'd like to see what the result is. Okay, great. So I did that. Now, it's easy because church is on Zoom, so all I had to do was be there for the time. I didn't have to go anywhere. And I did the thing, and I made a log. So I'm totally open to having these kinds of trials. I want to try things on.
Okay. Like practice certain law of attraction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever those things would be. And if you can come up with a trial, I will cooperate with that trial, provided that the investment of time is doable for me.
Yeah, it'd be minimal.
Like in that other
like
case,
30,
it would be 10 hours or something.
Let's just say 21 days.
Okay, 21 days.
21 days. I'll come back with a few law of attraction tips.
Good.
That you'll implement during your...
So get a hold of me through Reed. I can also... I am jugglingLessons@gmail.com.
Okay.
So if you can imagine seeing me doing this...
No, but this is going to be great content for you, because then we'll know if this is true, if it works, right?
Well, we'll have one N.
Well, we'll have one N, but I mean, this is a good, even for your audience to do this test with you.
Yeah, sure.
The Reiki healer, I'm really curious as to what she thinks about law, because that's.
Okay. So, by the way, she did respond. Hi, Winnie. I liked it for a while, but found some things that made me question later, like the belief about negative energy and thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, I don't totally disregard negative feelings or bad feelings. I mean, because I look at it as it's those shadows or those things also make who you are. You can't ignore it. Okay. And then this is one thing why people, when they do get in law of attraction, they tend to stay away from it, because it's like too positive, and it's like some days you're like, no, I'm not positive today. You're just acting like a human being. Like, it's very hard to snap out of it. Like these last 2 days, I was kind of, sometimes it's planetary things too, the shifts, and we're going into Mercury retrograde, which means like things are going backwards. So you might have a lot of people might feel like they're being stagnant, or they're taking like 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. And that's going to be going on until the end of July.
Mercury relates to communications, and going in retrograde means that communications are going to
be stalled.
Go backwards.
Yeah, be stalled or just go back.
Okay.
So, even doing like business contracts, committing to something, having doing a high commitment thing.
Okay. If there were a subset of people who didn't know when Mercury was going retrograde because they didn't look at the stars or the planets.
It's astrology, but yeah.
Right, but they're not keeping track. They're not paying attention to the calendar. Would they experience this effect?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll experience, and they're probably like thinking, why do I feel this way? Why do I feel like I'm stagnant or not really doing anything, or And some people don't have the awareness or that information to know that it's not you. It's just planetary shifts. Which is
that's a whole other claim. That the locations of planets in around our star have an effect on our behavior down here on the surface.
Yeah.
I'm close.
Yeah.
It's about there. As much of an angle of the sun.
Okay.
But I don't know where it is exactly. It's and let's see it is on this axis. But that's just astronomy.
Or you just
No, I do understand the axis of the planet's rotations.
See, I that's the only thing I know.
I was an astronomer. I was never an astrologer.
Really?
Yeah. I was an amateur astronomer. Strictly amateur.
Okay.
Go out with people with telescopes and field it dark and
I love
whisper and talk about how look.
I love the observatory.
Look, it's a nebula.
Oh, nebula.
Look, it's a nebula.
I always loved those type of telescopes, even though they cost so much money. I was just like always interested in getting into that. You build your own?
Yeah, my father and I built when I was a teenager. My father and I built a telescope with a mirror about this big, tube about that long. And we probably put about $1,000 into it in a few hundred hours.
Nice. This is wonderful.
Thank you.
I would love to see a setup like this in different places. So you guys are always here? You're not here, but
we have been. We were doing this a lot until last March, and then something obvious happened, and going out in public like this wasn't safe.
Right.
And I'm 2 weeks from my last Fauci ouchie.
Oh.
So this last week was the first time that I was returning to this.
Gotcha.
And like that. So we're gonna try to make it really regular. And this is one of our favorite locations.
Yeah, I would bet.
It's real easy to get people to come and stop by and talk. They've had a nice long walk. They want to rest.
Yeah, that's why I said.
Look, there's an umbrella with.
I said, oh, I'm tired.
Yeah,
I said,
totally.
He's offering me a chair. I'm gonna sit down.
Yeah.
I gave you some conversation, but now, actually, when I go home, I have things to think about.
You do.
Yeah, I have some homework to do now.
Thank you. And you're going to be giving me homework.
Yes, I will. I will be back on Saturday.
Okay.
I mean, even if you're not here, I
won't be here on Saturday. I teach this this subject. And
what do you teach?
I teach street epistemology.
Oh.
I teach how to do this method of communication.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm interested in learning this epistemology.
We do it on Discord. When you make contact, we'll put you in there.
Okay.
We do it on Discord on the weekends.
Okay.
And during the week. There's lots and lots of ad hoc sessions.
Is that a physical location? I mean,
Discord is an online.
Online.
And there's also a Facebook group, I understand, but I'm not on Facebook, so I don't know about that.
So do you stream it from somewhere, or do you the course is already online?
The course is the thing we're writing,
okay.
And the online practice is everybody gets in a Discord voice channel.
Okay.
And then we have a queue. Somebody makes a claim. Somebody volunteers to question the claim.
Oh, it's like Clubhouse.
And we go. Yeah.
Okay,
it's very like Clubhouse. And that's how we run it. And then between conversations, we get feedback from the whole group, so everybody can talk. And then we go back to a one-on-one again, and we keep bouncing back and forth between one-on-one and group conversation.
Okay, that's cool.
And almost any topic is okay.
But we're gonna be here next time.
I'm gonna be here next Wednesday.
Okay, so I'll come next Wednesday.
Noon to 4.
No, noon to 4. All right.
Yeah.
That's a good time. So I'll have some stuff for you then.
Great.
All right, it was a pleasure.
Air elbows.
Air elbows. Oh, where did now my mom's calling me, so it's perfect time.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Winnie. I look forward to seeing you next week.
You'll be here next week too, right?
Please leave my headphones.
Oh my God, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Hello?
Oh, puzzle piece.
Yeah.
One more thing, Whitney.
I'm also gonna use it for like rolls. Yeah. Feel free to take a squishy puzzle piece.
Oh, thank you. Why did he come? I'll see you.
One of them.
One.
And then you come back and get another one.
We're trying to get you to come back to fill out the set, but you're already motivated, so that's good.
Oh no, I definitely gonna come back. This is a good. I told you I'm training. That's a life coach. So you're like my guinea pig, right?
Thank you. I'm happy to be.
Thank you. Hello.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that worked out. Not your standard SE.
Oh. I think you hit a lot of the.
I hit a lot of the marks.
Just meandered around and got to a lot of them.
Yeah. Had to meander around it to get to them. And I'm glad all you in the chat hadn't said anything nasty that she got to read.
Yeah.
Just in general, don't, because let's assume that everybody who's interviewed has a strong likelihood of checking the chat. Yeah, she wasn't going for relative truth. That was really nice.
Could you hear the stream okay, at least? I know it looks like a potato, but you should be able to hear it okay.
Yeah, chat replay is a thing too, no doubt about it.
Finally connected the Bluetooth transmitter so we can listen clearly.
Oh, the second Bluetooth transmitter here.
Yeah, to my Bluetooth headphones.
Okay. So you got this Bluetooth going on, and this Bluetooth is the one that is going to the phone. Very good. I do have both of my other data accounts available should you want to do any testing for whether something. I don't have the Rainbow connection unlocked right now, but I can turn it on.
What service do you use?
T-Mobile.
It'd be nice to test it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at some point.
Okay, so I'll turn on Rainbow connection. That's the one that I reserve.
I guess if I connected it and just connected my phone to the Wi-Fi, if it looks better, that would be better. A good way to test it.
That'd be a good way to test it. I will grab the thing and activate it.
Okay. See if we can get better Wi-Fi. Hi. Hello. Hi. No worries.
Come on, bro, let's go.
Halfway mark. 2 o'clock. I'm not going to get my reading done before my online course on the Republic. Well, that's fine.
How much do you have left?
There were 2 sessions. The first were the first 5 books. The second session tonight is the last 5 books, and I only read up to the 6th book.
5 books.
Yeah.
I get that they're long chapters.
They're just long chapters, yeah.
Jeez.
They're on like 100-page chapters.
Okay, so I'm just gonna set it down here. And
There? Can you set it next to the phone? Well, that's fine too. Whatever.
wherever you think it's gonna have the best.
Yeah, set it on the one of the bars there at the bottom.
Okay. I'm gonna whisper something in your ear. All one word, all lowercase.
But
All one word. All one word, all lowercase.
Mm-hmm.
Four.
Hmm? Rainbow connection, yes. Good. Give you a little action. Good.
Does that look better?
I don't see anything. It's black for me in the moment.
Hold on. Hold on.
Would you have even more people stop if you offered sparkling ice?
I think so. That'd be hilarious.
Yes, that would be hilarious.
That would be a great bit to...
Okay, so Travis says now it's back. Yes? Okay.
All right. How's it look?
I just saw myself juggle.
Is it a sweet potato now? Or just a potato? Much better potato. Nice. I think that would be a good one to edit with the higher quality footage.
Yes,
That'd be good. If I have time.
if you have time.
Yeah.
Well, and we'll have to figure out some way in which I can do something for you that will save you some time so that I'll feel fair about that.
If you could like get all of the top 10 minutes from each workshop, the top 10 minute highlight from each one, that would help me.
Okay.
People are supposed to give that to me, but just make sure people do give it to me.
Okay, I'll take that on.
That would help.
And so I'll give you my opinions about what are the top 10 minutes so that if they don't, they're stuck with mine.
Okay, that works too. Yeah.
And obviously, if anybody turns in their top 10 minutes ahead of time, you'll save me the effort.
Yes.
But I will be reviewing all of them, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Because that's hour and 15 times 7 times 2 of hours.
Yeah, sounds right.
That's a lot.
2x for the win.
Well, minus my
minus
session and the ones we've already seen.
I'd still have to go through minus your session because you've already done it.
I've already seen. I already know what I'm. Well,
Okay,
I
so
probably have to
1A.
watch it back anyway just to see. I don't remember what
Yeah.
happened.
So I'll do that.
Okay. Is your screen on? Do you want to sleep your screen?
It's on a battery, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, we're
And
totally fine with battery power here.
yeah. I have recently equipped myself up. I had enough battery power, and then I had a couple of my older batteries starting to get a little weak, and I was like, yeah.
Oh shoot! Now I'm on the Wi-Fi too. That's probably not good.
You're welcome to use this Wi-Fi. This one's called Studebaker,
I have my own
and you have your own.
data. I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
So if I pop up Rainbow Connection, yours just automatically hooks up?
I guess since I connected it to the phone, it knows I want to be on Wi-Fi, so it does it on the iPad too.
That's so Apple-like.
It's Apple-like.
Yes, I'm not used to that sort of communication between my devices.
Okay.
Yeah. That's something I'd like. I mean, it'd be really nice if my devices could recognize that they are local to each other and could share some kinds of information. But I'm Android, so they only know they're on the same internet.
Well, it looks like Nathan, Anthony, and Rom are good to go for tomorrow at 2.
Okay, then that's the SE review show. Good.
Okay.
And I look forward to hearing from Michael whether he can move our meeting back 30, 40 minutes. It's not much.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a slight clash of back-to-back meetings tomorrow. That'll be okay.
So many meetings.
I'm so used to that these days. I look at my calendar. Oh, only 3 things to do. And look, here I have 30 minutes between. That's going to be great.
Wow. I'm glad I don't have a real job.
Yeah, I couldn't do SE at the level I'm doing it if I was not retired.
Yeah. I'm basically retired.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all right.
So if you want to get all studious and quiet and reading, I can leave you to your quietness and busk for people.
Okay.
And then in that moment, you can decide whether or not you want the interview next or...
Okay, I'll let you take it. I'm here Saturdays.
Okay.
So I'll listen in if you find someone.
Okay. Yes, he said basically retired. I'll let him expand on that as he chooses. We have a meeting to... yes, Gina, we have a meeting at 6 p.m. tomorrow, and you can't move that, and right now that's overlapping about 30 minutes with the SE review. So, worst case, I will bail out of the review 30 minutes before the end or something. That's what's going to be. Because in this case, the module meeting actually has priority over even a live stream, which is kind of weird, but there it is. What are we reviewing tomorrow?
I talked with Eric about astrology.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Reed had a talk with Eric here 2 weeks ago or a week ago, whatever it was. He posted it last week exactly, and we're going to be reviewing that. Where did everybody go? It's weird to not see people walking past me. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews today when you have time. Teeny topics. That's a fun shirt. She has a shirt that says, "I'm sorry for what I said when I was hungry." Last week, okay. Good. Yes, it was definitely last week. It was the week where I was slightly pushing my Fauci-ouchie timing. But now I should be really, really solidly vaccinated.
Chapter is about the allegory of the cave.
Oh! For those of you not hearing, Reed just said that his current chapter he's reading is about the allegory of the cave, Plato's cave, where all they see are the shadows. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews.
I gotta hurry.
Yeah. Do that. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews if you want to break on your way back down.
What are you talking about?
Whatever subject you choose. I'm sorry for what I said when I had poor epistemology. Yeah, that. There's someone whose opinion I care about who said that I should be really careful to not foist my epistemology on someone. And I think with street epistemology, I don't. I think my opinion about what's good epistemology doesn't matter very much. I don't think it would be impactful on them, even if I did try to say, here's the best epistemology. I don't think so. In the study of epistemology, even the philosophers can't come to a clear answer on what is a good or even flawless or epistemology. But I think they can figure out in some cases, that an epistemology is a bad one. And that's through simple utilitarian means, I think, of if an epistemology leads you to believe wrong things, that does bad things for you, well, then out of utility, you can know it's bad. And I mean, like, if I were to make all my choices in life by flips of coins, I think that's probably not as good an epistemology as if I make it with better informed reasons. I think somebody flipping coins will lose money on the stock market. Stuff like that. There are ways to weed out bad epistemologies, and it usually involves thinking it out, reasoning it out. I think that's best done with other people. I think it's best done in a sharing component. Even things I've thought out really well on my own, I find myself learning about more when I run it past somebody who's willing to think it out with me and ask me careful questions. Do I think the correct epistemology depends on each claim individually? I'm going to Emporia while a helicopter hits over. I think I use a different epistemology for deciding simple physical realities than for moral or normative claims, for example. I use a different epistemology about claims. Howdy, we're doing interviews.
What's this?
We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Those are some suggestions, but you get to choose. And we'll probably be here for another 2 hours if you want to
Oh, yeah?
do it on the way back too.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Whenever you want, man.
I'm here for 2 more hours.
Gravy. Let me go find a push to be in.
Good. Yeah, inconsequential decisions like a choice of houses in Harry Potter game I can make with a coin flip. Others with lasting consequences I need help from others. Yes, absolutely. I use much more careful epistemologies if I think that if I think there's a strong impact about the decision. Whereas if I think the decision is choices of ice cream flavor, where I'll be satisfied with any one of them, I allow myself to be just wildly sloppy, and in that case I might just go with my gut. Yes, correct. I agree, means sound. A few weeks ago, I held a 1 sigma, about 67% confidence that I was autistic. And then recently, spurred on by Elon's talking about that he has Asperger's, I ended up taking a test. And it's just a test you can take on the internet. It's not an expert looking over my shoulder or helping me to interpret my questions correctly or something else like that. So I shouldn't put a whole lot of stock in it. And my score was 34 out of a possible 50. Okay. Should that raise my confidence? If it does, how much? Discuss. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews today. Oh, you're on the phone. Sorry. We're doing interviews. Should you want a break on your way back through? Yeah, the epistemology, or perhaps the depth of epistemology that I use. I might use a similar epistemology, but go a lot further down if I'm working on something that I'm actually an expert in. If, like on the epistemology of whether or not they have discovered the Higgs boson at the Large Hadron Collider, my epistemology is, gee, those experts over there seem to agree with each other and they know more than me, so they're probably right. That's about as far as it goes. I can't even do the math for particle physics. I'm not justified, I'm not qualified to know. So my epistemology is an appeal to authority, really. But also, there's probably almost no impact on my life if I turn out to be wrong and think, yep, they've found a Higgs boson, and I'm wrong. How's this going to matter? Good afternoon. We're doing interviews. We'll be here for about another 2 hours if you want to take a break on your way back through. Yeah, the way the thing was scored, that anything from 33 or above was a very strong indication of Asperger's, and or autism spectrum, whatever the proper terms are, and anything it was, so 33 was the cutoff on that particular test, and then the next one down still was a moderate sign of Asperger's. So at 30. A friend of mine scored 30, and that put them at mild to moderate likelihood as opposed to strong. Yeah, no, just make you curious to get an expert opinion like a psychiatrist or autism expert. I'm not sure if I have gotten any autism experts to speak professionally on my thing. As far as psychiatrists or psychologists, that's actually where I got up to my 1 sigma, was from some professionals who I was having conversations with. Yes, actual therapists, and in other cases, somebody who wasn't being a therapist who was looking at my case. Like that. Yeah, so Travis says, I think it should increase your confidence and find more data on it. How many times did I take the test? I took the test once. I didn't retake the test. I am considering taking the test again from 2 years ago-ish, like before I got significantly involved in SE, because I did notice while I was taking the test that many of the questions in the test were asking me not about my internal state, but externally how I dealt with things socially, and I'm firmly confident that my social comfort and willingness to go out and do things in public and work with others has been dramatically shifted by my practice in SE. So I'm going to estimate that I would probably 2 years ago have scored 5 or 6 higher on that test. Although I haven't taken that test, so that's a guess, really. I haven't taken the test with that in mind. That I'm not sure, of course, that I could precisely answer the test from the two, but they're pretty close. Oh shit, Ellen got canceled. Oh darn. Yeah. You can bring any topic you like. Those are just suggestions. We're interviewing people on whatever you want to bring.
Are you out here all the time?
Wednesdays and Saturdays we're trying to be. Noon to 4. Any topic you like. Those are suggestions. We only have one on the board right now. Oh, whoops. I didn't even know that. Okay, so I'm going to go with... So there's only one on the board. Oh, okay. Blank is the most Okay, thank you, Travis. I will put that one up too. I'm going to add blank is the most important issue today. That's kind of really open-ended. And then should lose Cheney. Is sin measurable and can a prayer the same or very very similar topic? We'll put these two up and then we'll figure out the fourth one.
Is it Los Angeles, California? Hello? Yeah, you have no address.
Can immaterial things be imaginary? Ooh.
Oh, she's going back to Florida? Where you at now?
We're doing interviews. Should you want a break on your way past? Okay. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Oh, okay. I just came down the hill. I'm fit.
Yeah, we're kind of counting on people coming down the hill and being all spent wanting to sit under the umbrella. It's kind of the idea. Howdy. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Does it take faith to sit in this empty chair? Why do atheists think intercessory prayer is the only form of prayer? I don't know that we think that's true. When I was growing up in a Protestant fundamentalist space, intercessory prayer was given as the example of proof that prayer works. And non-intercessory prayer was just assumed to work. But we were taught to heck and gone to do intercessory prayer. Pray for a particular result. Pray for a change in the world. Pray for a change in a person. Ah, a chair that breaks. These chairs are unusually light, and if we are going to break a chair, it would be one of these. Came with this table, and very, very lightweight, which is probably good until it isn't. Because I, for one, am not very lightweight. Contemplative prayer. Okay, so you're asking Travis's prayer or theoria in Christianity. I'm certainly familiar with meditation kind of prayer. Thank you, Chapman. Talk to you later. What conversation necessitates you to reference God, ever? Can't we have meaningful conversations without referencing a deity for our commonality? I don't see its relevance ever, sadly. Yeah. So far, both of our conversations today were about law of attraction. I think that's actually a lot of the cause of that is that we only had one thing up there on the board, and I didn't realize that. And that was law of attraction. And that elicited 2 conversations so far. 2 long ones. Contemplative prayer elicits what William James called a mystical experience or theoria, direct vision of God. Okay. I was thinking about a direction in conversation with Winnie that I shot. I didn't choose it, and that was we talked a little about the flying spaghetti monster being not a source because the people that are talking about it for the most part don't believe in it. And then I was going to talk about Satanists. Of course, I'm in the same situation that most of the Satanists that I know don't believe in Satan. They are atheists playing the corner of religious privilege for the point of contrast, for the point of 10 commandments on courtyard lawns and things like that. But I've got to assume that there are some actual Satanists that are actually like what a lot of theists, a lot of Christians, I guess, I think Satanists are. And I was going to possibly ask whether those people that actually are worshiping Satan are worshiping a source, whether that could work. Is it possible for one source to be diametrically opposed to another source and for them to both be sources? But I didn't go down that. There were some other seemingly more fruitful paths. Yes, Travis is a good example, an atheist Satanist. For some reason, that is triggering the YouTube algorithm to say, do you want to actually show this? So far I've had to approve 2 of Travis's statements. The other one was about Ellen being canceled. Really? You know, what? Who knows? Good afternoon. We're doing interviews. Should you want a break on your way past? Good afternoon. We're doing interviews. Should you want a break on your way past?
You're my friend.
Thank you. I should be careful not to say 2 hours because we've got an hour and 21, something, 81 minutes left in our plan. Not that anybody else is holding us to that particular plan. I don't know, do they close this park at sundown? Don't know. We've never pushed it that far. I do remember last November breaking down my setup and having it get dark while I did that. Over there, on the other side. We like this spot better. Oh, the word shit. Okay. That's fun. Yeah, the Club Penguin filters. Good point. Hello, puppy. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Sure, why not?
Cool. I'm Dolly.
Mikey, nice to meet you.
I'm gonna wave.
Anyway, don't want to get the coronavirus, right?
Yes. Mikey. I'm gonna type that M-I-K-E-Y. Is that right?
Yes.
Cool. So, I'm doing street epistemology, which is this weird conversational tactic where you tell me something you think is true, and I ask you your reasons and stuff about it. But I'm careful to not argue from an alternate perspective.
Mm-hmm. So that, ancient Greek style, philosopher style, I know about that.
Yeah, Socratic dialogue.
Yeah. They call it the Socratic method.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Caught me off guard. So
Take your time. Is there something you have in mind that you think is true?
I guess I've been contemplating like human society in general.
Okay.
It's like there's like really no new advancements in society.
Okay.
It's like we live off what they did like in the 1950s and 40s.
Okay.
And there's really no progress. So I've been thinking like we're like really immature, even like adults, 40-year-olds, like I don't see them taking lead from our great grandparents.
Okay.
And the progression I think is ended with us.
Okay.
So
are we slipping backwards?
No, we slipping not backwards. We're slipping to our end. Like I guess
We're just
entropy.
plateauing.
Yeah.
And then because entropy, that's going to lead to a down.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. What would be an example of some of the progress that happened, some of the latest progress that happened that was clearly the progress you see is not happening now?
Like we were more, I guess we were more like, like we built, roads, design new buildings.
Mm-hmm.
We invented like inventions like to better ourselves. Like we invented the airplane back in those days. And we're in 2021.
Yep.
But we still use those old ideas.
Yeah.
As okay, this is like, the epitome of mankind, but I don't think it is, but, and it seems like it's because today's society is too fun.
It's too much fun.
Yeah, we have too much like, video games. We have like too much phones.
Oh.
So I guess.
So we're distracted.
Yeah, distracted. So we're like in our childlike state, like, and like once you get a certain age and you're at the childlike state, that becomes your like your permanent spot.
Okay. So if we stay childlike long enough, we don't do the society advancing thing that we would normally do later in life.
Yeah, exactly. I guess Niani. So, and it's not enough scientists, it's not enough doctors to actually put a dent. And they're all owned by, I guess, the corporations, and they want to make money. They want to make video games. They want to make faster phones that shows like 4K pictures. They don't want to like improve on that. So that's what I'm thinking. Like I decided not to have kids.
Okay.
Because I don't see society going anywhere.
Interesting.
And we're distracted by, I guess, now like our distractions to PC politics.
Okay.
It's like basically mental masturbation.
Okay.
Fighting for something that don't even exist are like over exaggerated. Things like that doesn't really need to exist like in today's society because it's not that bad. Back in the days, yes, when we're still like developing, I'm just trying to understand these things, but now we don't need it because everything is like, everything for the most part is pretty equal.
Okay.
Back in the 50s, no, it wasn't. But, but now, you don't need to do that. Now, it's like, I think we should be like going towards like Star Trek type society, but we don't have the intellect anymore. I'd like the drive. Everybody wants to be famous. Everybody wants to show their face, on the pictures, thousands and millions of pictures.
Oh, I should mention, we're live streaming. Is that good with you?
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't.
There's a few thousand pictures of you already in just frames on YouTube. I should have mentioned that.
It's okay. It's okay.
My mistake.
Oh, hey, hello. We're up.
Yep.
So yeah.
There's, 14 people watching.
14 people?
14 people.
Oh, I'm glad it's not like thousands. But yeah, that's our society, It's like human beings don't have any more worth besides their appearance.
Okay.
So, it's too much that, it equals up. You do the math that this is the end of society. It's going to like crumble.
Okay.
Eventually.
All right. So society has plateaued and we're concerning ourselves with things that are distractions, video games, identity politics.
Identity politics, like, I guess celebrities.
Okay.
I guess being into something too much, being into your favorite music.
Okay.
Really into everybody to know that all you want to do is that indulge. Too much indulgence,
So what kind of things could I focus on if I wanted to spend the rest of my life trying to improve society, advance society in the way that you would see? What do I need to focus on differently? What do I need to focus on less? I think it's video games.
Video games, too much movies.
What could I focus on more that would?
Physics.
Physics. Okay.
I think since we have brains, animals can't, they can't have the same concepts as us. Like they can't conceive the universal principles.
Right.
So use our brains.
My cat doesn't know that the Earth isn't flat.
He doesn't, but
I bet my cat thinks the Earth is flat.
Who knows? Honestly, animals probably know. They probably
if they have any concept of it, because whatever.
Yeah, but the thing, animals they can't learn, but they can only get to a certain point.
Yeah.
But we could go pretty far.
Yeah, we can go really far.
And we're not doing that, so we have the brain, we're like wasting it. So I say we should have more of a instead of like a identity politics based society, we should have more of a scientific society.
Okay.
Because I don't think any scientists are racist. Because they know the truth. They know truth, and they know they know about like life. How plants grow. The botanists know how that works. Physicists know how light works. They know like biologists know why people are different colors.
Yep.
Adaptation. This and that. They know these things, so they're not stuck in this whole like they're not hypnotized by like race and culture and all that. Because they know from truth from science. So I think if we had a science-based society, we'll be much better people.
Okay.
If we could like go forward to a Star Trek type society.
Is our local society science-based enough for your satisfaction?
No. Because
Okay.
even though the science that we do get is all based to profit, the corporations. It's not really
because of the capitalistic motive.
Yeah.
Our attention to science is directed into things that don't help much.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, capitalism is not, I believe in capitalism, but capitalism unchecked is a pretty bad thing. Like now it's like kind of unchecked because people don't know what it is exactly. They just think, oh, rich people, get to do all these things, but that's not what capitalism is. The whole point is like, if you have the drive, I guess it's a motivation so we human beings can go to the high level. Like we're in competition with each other to get our ideas, which one's the best one.
Yeah.
And whichever is the best one gets like the dough. This is type of rich people. We all could have the drive to do that. And I understand there's people that don't have the drive. That's kind of like lackluster. Either have like mental illnesses, they can't participate in capitalism. So there should be socialism too. For those people or people who don't want to like that can't compete.
Okay.
So, but capitalism unchecked, that's a pretty bad thing, I think.
Okay. Capitalism unchecked leads to
I think that's part of the
downfall.
reason why like we so much indulge in in too many fun things, too many toys, because they making money off that. They don't care about the progressions of society.
Okay.
They just care about making money, and
So-
we let it happen.
So imagine next week you see on the news something that makes you think, now that's some progress. What would that?
For me, I think it would probably be in a health field, maybe like a cancer.
Okay.
Something about that, because
They come up with a treatment for some kind of cancer.
Yeah.
Like a cure for some
that actually
form of
works.
cancer. That actually works.
An
actual useful cancer treatment.
Maybe
Okay.
get some nano, like
Sure.
nano chips.
A nano thing, sure.
You know-
Whatever. I don't need to need to tell them how to do it. Whatever they're doing.
I mean, that will be a big, like advancement.
Okay. Yeah, that would be really cool.
But right
I
now,
would
there's
really
really they're not really doing much in cancer.
Okay.
Because my mom like passed away from cancer, so I studied so much cancer research. It all leads back to chemotherapy, which is like
Yeah.
extremely low, chance that it would work. The chemotherapy itself could kill you.
Yeah.
And how long have you been doing that? Like since like the 50s.
I think chemotherapy is a shotgun, hoping the patient will survive the blast.
Yes.
Yeah.
And usually they die. Like it's a high death rate. Like
Sure.
you get the cancer comes back, or you just die from the
You're
chemo.
not even willing to do the chemo unless you're almost terminal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And at that time you're not even strong enough to survive it.
Yeah.
So, and that's not this chemo, out of all the cancer research, the money you get, that's all you come up with is chemotherapy and medicine. Like even like the capitalists, I guess, they got their hands on that. Like, the doctors, they make money when they sign you up for those nuclear pills, from that. And, the pharmaceuticals get money from the government, and, it's just a cycle. Like we can't, like that can't even be pure. People don't know because they're so distracted by what celebrities think, what celebrities say about some random person says some racist thing. It's, and these are adults I'm talking about, not even kids, are thinking this way.
Okay. I have a question from the audience.
Oh.
Do people need a balance of, say, scientific focus and entertainment focus? If you shut off entertainment entirely, would people thrive?
I mean, not shut off entertainment entirely, but indulge in like more meaningful entertainment. It's like beautiful music, like with nice lyrics, like, movies that, like a strong point and a meaning, you know, to your psychology.
Yeah.
This like things that like, you know, that's meaningful. Anything can be entertainment, you know, but we just have to find the entertainment that, you know, that's meaningful, that helps us, you know, helps us grow along, you know, with science.
So prior to next week's cancer thing, we can always hope. What was like the most recent thing that you've seen that you thought was really an important progress step?
I guess we need something like, you know, in terms of energy.
Okay.
Like some kind of like, you know, I guess free energy type thing.
Okay.
You know, but don't like overdo it. Like still, you know, contribute money to society somehow with energy, but make it more, you know, like free. Okay.
So if somebody came up with a solar panel that costs half as much.
But solar panels, they're supposed to be like, you know, they're not efficient enough. Like an efficient solar panel actually works well.
Okay, so take a solar panel, instead of like 25% efficiency, it's 50% efficient. Would that be?
Yeah, that'd be better.
That'd be much better. Okay.
Yeah, but you have to buy the materials because it runs out. So you have to buy something, and that'll go to the, you know, into society. So
yeah, we're not saying free solar panels. We're saying cheaper, more efficient solar panels.
Yeah, I think that would be like an investment.
Okay.
We could do so much with that. You know, people won't have to stress of paying like, you know, expensive bills.
Yeah.
So they probably can, you know, like focus on like their deep, like, you know, human existence of what they're supposed to do, which I think is more scientific. And also, I guess robots.
Robots. Yeah.
That will take away a lot of hard labor.
Okay. So we're talking like robots that do things so we don't have to do it for ourselves.
Yeah, because we don't need to like lift boxes. We don't need to drive 1,000 miles to deliver something.
Okay.
Like at this point, we don't need to do those things. We don't need to work in a grocery store.
So if somebody comes up with a self-driving car, that's a big thing.
Well, I know Nicholas. Yeah, I mean,
Tesla.
No, not Tesla. The guy that owns Tesla.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. I know he has that, but they don't mention that. They don't really talk about it anymore. You know, so I don't know if it, like, you know, did they abandon that idea or
what?
Not
at all. They're continuing to make some kind of progress. I've been following the betas on this one, and it's interesting and fun. It could be any month now that we're going to see it more widely released. From what I can see, it's working well enough that you have about a 50-50 shot of getting to work without ever having to intervene.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So you can like relax and like you don't got to worry about every turn you take, like take your life, you know. Well, who knows, the car, you know, it's in his hands now.
Right. Now, Elon is saying he's really hoping that by the end of this calendar year, he said, he's really going to get to like 1 million miles between needs to intervene.
Well, that's pretty good.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome, you know. Like stuff like that, you know, we could like have robots work in the factory instead of like, you know, exploiting like little immigrants to come in, like do that super hard work, you know, and like people say, oh, but people need to work, but give them a stipend. The government gives them a stipend like a month.
Okay.
You know, to
UBI?
Yeah. Then they can focus on like, you know, being like, you know, arts, you know, being artists or being scientists. You contribute way better than like just going to work every day, make somebody else rich, and like, you know, not really doing much for yourself or being proud of yourself.
So let's say 3 years from now, hypothetically, we have self-driving vehicles. And let's assume that the regulators let them on the road. Now I got a whole bunch of Uber and Lyft drivers and truck drivers that are able to do something else. Is that going to advance society? A bunch of people freed up to do something else?
I think it would. You know, they probably go back to school, and like, you know, learn some actually useful. It's a better society. The more, you know, people that we have like in the science, the more we come together, come up with like, you know, new ideas, new inventions, you know, new things like that.
I'm gonna set my confidence here, and I'm gonna hide it from you. Would you like to set your confidence? And you can decide. You can tell me what your scale means. Like, is that side your full confidence, and this side your low confidence?
Like my personal confidence, or confidence in like
in your confidence that if we free up a bunch of people and make sure they're not poor, that it will improve the world.
Oh yeah, that.
Okay.
Okay. So this is low and this is high. Oh. Mine would be, the same.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
Pretty high. It's
I'm pretty
common
high on
sense.
that.
It's like basic common sense, basic knowledge. You know, you free up people. From like the labor society, we'll have a better society.
Mm-hmm. So I have a little sliver of doubt in here, because I got some unknown in there. I'm like thinking maybe there's things I'm not thinking about.
Well, it takes time. It's not going to be like, within like 50 years. Because right now we're kind of like neurotic society, like very sexual, very like, kind of really negative. So once we slowly start society and clean all that from our minds, then, we could be pure enough to live in that type of society.
So what could you learn that was split with the difference?
What do you mean?
Well, so I got a little sliver of doubt. I'm just making sure that you can see a sliver of doubt in there.
I can.
I don't know if it's proportional, but what kind of things should convince me to be more sure than I am now?
I don't blame you, because your life experience,
Mm-hmm.
You probably see in your life, seen a lot of things like fail, a lot of good ideas crash.
Yes.
So you got to have that type of mindset, and let's be safe, so you won't crash yourself. Have all this hoping and like crash. You have to be able to land. You have that like like doubt, so it won't surprise you.
Yeah.
So it's just wisdom, having that slip of doubt.
Right. Oh, I think it's good to have doubt.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to split the difference on the doubt, though. If I learned something that made me more sure, I would reduce my doubt. I wouldn't ever reduce it to zero, because I have a policy. I have a strategy about that.
What's your strategy?
I don't believe anything more than, well, it's a line in the sand that statistics use. 6 sigma, which means I'm wrong twice in a billion.
Oh, yeah.
I think 2 + 2 = 4, and I could be wrong twice in a billion. I don't mean that I'd make the calculation wrong. I think that there's at least 2 chances in a billion that I misunderstand the words I'm using. You follow? I have some fundamental doubt that I never allow myself to get past.
Not only you, everybody.
I hope so. Yeah. Yeah, I'm generalizing that for other people. Okay, so what could move me this way?
If you just think about how society is now, if you think these people are the ones that are going to, actually make that type of utopia, then yeah, you negative.
Okay, so if I'm looking at a particular cohort and thinking, wow, those are not the ones who are going to move me forward.
Yeah, everything with these people now, but you have to think about, the future.
Okay.
Like now, yeah, it's completely 100%, that, but, if you think, society is going to clean itself up, maybe 50, 60 years from now, those kids are going to be like that. They're going to learn from our mistakes, from history. Most likely they're going to get rid of drugs, because they'd be the ones that be like, oh man, all this awful drug history, we should like ban drugs for good, So they're going to look at us as an example to get to that, those higher levels. That's what I feel. But now, yeah, these people, let's just hope we can get those kids out, with this society. And the population will be reduced, because like I said, we're too childish. I don't think we could like survive.
Population will be reduced.
Yeah, based off like from drugs, from just doing stupid stuff, drunk driving.
Okay.
Yeah, at least in America anyway.
Okay, so America will lose ground on population because of the dangerous things we do. Okay, and if we stop doing those dangerous things, what are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it states like if we stop doing that means you got some type of common sense. So we have to think about like maybe I shouldn't have so many kids, maybe I should only have 2. So it will be like stable, like a nice stable population.
If every family had 2 kids, what would happen?
I guess I don't know actually. I don't know. If everybody had 2 kids, that'd be a lot of kids, a lot of people.
That would be like 2 per mother.
2 per mother.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
I think that means population has to go down.
Yeah,
because not all of those kids are going to grow up to have kids.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, I've heard that the Simpsons were designed around 2.5 kids, so they have the little one who doesn't ever speak.
Oh yeah. So she doesn't really matter.
Right. Yeah, the 2.5 kids.
Well, that's pretty cool.
That's fun.
But yeah, so we need that. You know, people having so many babies that can't take care of them, so they grow up with like trauma, and contribute to like the, you know, when they grow up, they contribute to this horrible society.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, society like America to me, it's like a beautiful painting, you know, with like trash and like piss all over it, you know.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, we do litter. Damn.
We live in the home just lying around everywhere.
Years ago, I went to Burning Man.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been to Burning Man 4 times.
Oh, nice. I always want to go there.
Oh, it's lovely. And the thing is, people are so freaking meticulous. They do not let any litter. If they find litter, they up and in their pocket, and they're walking past, and it's like a wake of perfect running around behind. And then I come back from it and come into and I'm walking through my neighborhood going, oh, jeez.
And we pay for this. Like, we pay taxes, you know, for this place. And it's like dirty. Rent goes up. Why? Why is rent going up? Like, you know, there's homeless everywhere. There's trash everywhere. Why are you charging this much, you know, to live here? You know, you go to like the East Coast, it's like nice and clean. You know, a lot of those places. Rent is like super, like, you know, less. Taxes aren't that high. Like, what's going on? You know?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why.
It just makes me so mad, you know. Here's pretty nice.
Yeah, I like this spot. People, they're not nearly as good as Burning Man, but they're better.
I'm sure.
They're better.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I think they take a bit of ownership of it. This is their walking space.
Yep.
And they wanna,
that's good. I like that.
Yeah. It also helps that they have trash cans. Like, you could stand at one trash can and see the next one.
I mean, people.
That helps.
I've seen people throw trash on the floor right next to a trash can.
Yeah.
I'm like, sometimes I look at them. And they know I'm looking, they get the trash and they put it. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So yeah, that's the mindset. You know, how can a person like that exist in like a good society? If they went to Japan and did that, you know, they would have got all kinds of looks and all kinds of like negative thoughts thrown at them. Because Japan is pretty clean out here. You know, they don't litter at all over there.
Are there countries that are in the way that you're talking about progress? Are there countries that are ahead of us? It's too easy to ask if there's countries behind us because I can think of too many examples.
I know. I hear Finland
ahead of us?
I hear Finland's pretty good.
Cool.
Like, because they have a really good education system, you know. And like, you know, if somebody's like lacking, you know, like in their studies, like students help him, you know, get to a certain point. And they're like, think they're the in the world when it comes to like education.
Nice.
So I think maybe
tomorrow I have a meeting with a group. Yeah, and I don't know that much about Denmark and Finland. I know some, and I agree with you.
America, we have like, you know, highly educated people, but it's not enough. You know, I think.
Yeah, not enough of them.
Yeah, not so like actually matter.
Okay.
So, but Finland, they have, you know, like a lot of people, so they can actually do something, you know. Like in society, if we were like that, then yeah, we would be, you know, as good as them.
Cool. Okay, so it's about education and focus.
Yep.
And we need to fix that so that we don't plateau off, because plateau means entropy and crash.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for the conversation.
You know,
I've enjoyed it.
Oh, thanks for stopping me.
You bet.
It was really procrastinating because I was like, I don't want to do this hike.
I hear you.
But yeah, now I'm well rested.
Now you're well rested. Gonna go do your hike. Enjoy it. Thank you much.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Mikey.
Good talking to you. I'll look you up on YouTube.
The channel is Juggling Lessons. If you think about this, Juggling Lessons is the YouTube channel.
Juggling Lessons.
And also there's it's also going out on Cordial Curiosity's Twitch channel.
Oh, nice.
Sure. There you go. And with that, you'll be able to get a hold of us easily.
Good. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
See you later.
Oh, one more thing. Puzzle piece. Thank you, Gina. Puzzle piece. Grab one of those 3 in case you want to come back and complete the set.
I'll take yellow.
Cool.
Alrighty. So
Thank
come
you.
back and
Yeah, you can keep collecting those.
Okay, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been to Burning Man. I've been to Burning Man 4 different years, enjoyed that living heck out of it, and I totally could not do it today. My tolerance for flashing lights has gotten worse in the last decade, and I can no longer deal.
I'm sure there's a bunch of flashing lights there.
Oh gosh, I would only be able to hang around burning. That's missing more than half. Although there's a lot more nudity in the daytime, so maybe that's okay.
Just go hide in a tent during the night or something.
Yeah.
And then enjoy the daytime.
Yeah, I think I'd bring an RV this time so that I'd have at least a little more soundproofing, because there's only a little bit of area in Burning Man that is not next to a disco. It's loud.
Why are there black bars to the left and right of what I'm seeing? Is the stream full screen for you?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Fine. And now I see now I see you right next to us.
He mentioned the word purity.
Yes.
So now I made a folder with a bunch of the moral foundations.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
Care, harm, sanctity or purity, degradation. It's fun finding emojis for the words. Fairness, cheating. What's a good emoji for cheating? I found that one.
You found it cheating?
I found this alarm emoji for cheating potentially.
Ah, yes, that would be good.
But I need what else do I need?
I think cheating might also be like thievery.
Yeah, I need loyalty. What's a good emoji for loyalty?
Saluting the flag. Nah, that's probably bad. Too on the nose. Sieg Heil. No, that's bad. Don't do that. It's too much.
Some kind of. How about a handshake? There we go.
Okay, handshake is good. Good loyalty.
Betrayal.
That's stabbing in the back. That's YouTube Brutus. Knife in the back.
A knife. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Classic betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna find a knife. This looks like a dagger. That's great.
Mm-hmm. Good.
There we go. All right. Loyalty, betrayal. Authority, subversion. Authority.
Authority to me is handcuffs.
Yeah. Authority. It's real. I think of the Bible.
Yeah.
Or some type of scripture. What are the good things for authority? Authority.
I'm back to German uniforms from World War II. That's probably.
Well, there could. What are some legitimate authority?
Okay. I see authority in the sense you're talking about as normative authority, as opposed to epistemological authority, which I see as very different, but this is still the same word.
Yeah. What people have emotional connection to as an authority.
Mm-hmm. Of course, a pulpit, but that's way too religious. A guru.
Oh, there's a
government authority. There's judges. How about judges in a wig?
There's a church. Oh yeah. Yeah, a judge. I try to find that emoji. I'm sure there's an emoji for a judge.
Yeah, especially if you can find a wig, because I'm looking for that
oh yeah.
kind of over-the-top thing.
Is there a judge?
Sorry, I just see British judges as over the top because of the way they handle defamation rules. I have strong opinions about the defamation rules in Britain compared to here.
I found a judge, or someone with a
gavel.
Gavel.
Okay.
Okay. Subversion.
Well, that would be undermining, but I don't know if that fits in a little.
Emos.
Subversion. I don't know, Travis. What do you think? Do you like to subvert authority? I think the answer is slightly yes.
Should I make it the devil emoji?
Subversion devil. Interesting. Sure. The Satanists would get right behind that. No trouble. Travis, do you approve?
Although there's moral forms of subversion.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I think the most of the Satanists in the U.S. are using a moral form of subversion. Yeah. So I think it's okay. Now you might have to know more to recognize it. We're doing interviews if you want a break.
I have no idea what kind of emoji would work for that.
We're doing interviews today on any topic you choose. And we have time for one more. Because we've been doing long form today.
Yeah, no more 5 minute, so we don't have to feel pressured to comply to that.
Yeah. So far, it seems like we've been following their pacing on it.
Yeah.
Especially that first one. They had a lot to say.
Yeah.
Oh, Pine Creek is live. Oh boy.
Oh, damn it.
Watch our numbers dwindle.
Yeah.
That's okay. Well worth it.
We'll listen to it as we pack up.
Yep.
Okay, so now liberty, oppression. What's the emoji for liberty?
The image that I see is...
Does that trigger you now?
No, it doesn't. No. I'm thinking about 3 people fife and drum from the Revolutionary War marching down the street. One of them's got a bandage around their head. But that's really the fight for liberty. So what would liberty be? Freedom and liberty and new people running through the park in San Francisco.
I don't think there's the Gadsden flag on here. I don't think that's a flag on the emoji. The one with the snake, the yellow, and the yellow flag with the no step on the snake.
Oh, no step on snake or don't tread on me?
Yeah, don't tread on me.
Uh-huh.
I don't see that as a flag.
I think it's white.
I think it's yellow.
Maybe it's yellow.
I'm just going to have the U.S. flag.
Sorry, I'm confusing myself with the flag of Mexico City or the... Yeah, never mind that.
All right, so liberty, oppression.
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 Well, oppression is a slave kind of collar.
Yeah. Some type of collar.
I'm thinking about a billboard that American Atheists put up about 10 years ago. with a Bible verse and a slave in a collar? Because David Silverman is a pokey bastard. He really loves to provoke.
Yeah.
And I say bastard in the kindest sense. I cast no aspersions on Mommy and Daddy Silverman. Ball and chain, Gina suggests. Yeah, that would be oppression. It might also be justice or punishment or something.
There's a chain emoji. I'll go with that for now.
Okay. Yeah, I think a chain is good.
Ooh, there's a soap and bubbles emoji. Maybe that's better than the water drop for the sanctity and purity.
Oh yeah, yeah, I think so.
So many emojis.
So many of my instincts just don't make any sense for the rest of people in the world. When I think of purity, I think of like a whole array of separating isotopes in a nuclear enrichment environment with these gas centrifuges that are spinning at extraordinary speeds in a big warehouse with plumbing all around them. I think of that as purity, but there's no way that would even communicate it. It doesn't. It's not simple enough. Good afternoon.
Buddy, how are you?
We're doing interviews on any topic you like.
Okay, cool.
I don't know. I like the water droplet.
Mm-hmm.
So care, harm, sanctity / purity, degradation, fairness, cheating.
Fairness is of course balance, right?
Loyalty, yeah, in proportion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Betrayal.
Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Okay. I think that'll do it.
I love her braids.
Oh wow.
My wife and I had braids like that for a lot of last year. She doesn't right now. Her hair's gotten really long. Good afternoon.
This chair is awkwardly placed. It's fine.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a. We're on a slope. Hello. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Yep. Thank you. The GoPro made it the whole time.
Nice.
Okay.
I think the phone hasn't burped.
Mm-mm. Especially with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, good. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. And then I'm expecting somebody pedantic to say, yeah, but I'm not doing it. So how are you going to know what I would choose for the next person who comes by?
I made a new folder for tests or like test criteria
Mm-hmm.
because she mentioned resonance, intuition, gut feeling. What's a good emojis for these? I like all of my things to have emojis.
Gut feeling is somebody with their hand on their belly. I don't know if that's an option.
Is that an emoji? Gut feeling. We go to the people. It's just like a what kind of face would you make about that?
Gut feeling. Hmm.
It's not like a sick feeling. It's just a. It's like a.
Contemplation is exactly the opposite.
Or no.
Aporia is the opposite of gut feeling.
Okay. Yeah.
We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Oh, interesting.
Someone going like this? It's not really.
Saying they don't know. No. Admitting you don't know is the opposite of going with your gut.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's somewhere in the triangle away from aporia and not knowing.
Heart? No.
Ooh.
Or stomach?
Oh, is there stomach? Because that's gut feeling.
There's a heart emoji.
Uh-huh.
There's a brain and a lungs emoji. A tooth emoji. No stomach. I don't know what that would look like.
Intestines.
There's got to be a heart somewhere.
There's a gob of hearts.
Yeah.
But that usually means love, or I
Yeah.
love it, or I heart that.
Gut feeling. There's a slot machine.
Okay, you did find one that was worse than the other one I was thinking about was a blindfold and a dartboard.
Ooh, a target. A target and a dart? No, that's not. No.
Nah, without the blindfold, it's not. Doesn't. But it's too pejorative.
There's a walking cane, like a blind stick, blunt for the blind.
Yeah, again, too pejorative.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gut feeling.
I have feedback from Gina that this has been a dramatically smoother stream.
Good.
I think the temperature is almost the same as last week.
Is it?
I usually blame heat for failures a lot.
What about a crystal ball?
No. It's closer.
Closer.
It's closer.
Keep that in mind, though, for something.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a good
Yeah,
one for
crystal
something.
ball. We're doing interviews on any topic you like.
Here's all the hearts.
Yes. Oh my.
Don't know.
No. I see interesting things. The broken heart's really interesting. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. So there was some interest in the chat as to what you meant by mostly retired. I thought, I don't know. You've got a feature film being posted next month or this month or something like that. Is that the action of a retired person?
Well,
Getting
depends on what
a
you
film
want.
you've been working on for 11 years finally released? It doesn't seem very retired.
Yeah. It's just another thing.
Busy doing things you don't have to do. That's what retired means. Okay.
Yeah.
I can live with that.
I'm going with this face.
Okay.
Okay. That face.
Okay. Sure. All right.
Intuition, is that the crystal ball? No.
Is intuition different from gut feeling? Hey, we're doing interviews on any topic you choose. I'm going to throw him right out of that seat if you come over here.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Should I sit somewhere else?
Nah.
Next time.
Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't realize that we'd only had one up there. I didn't even know that. That was my bad.
Cheney had been more important.
Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Yeah.
Well, I was talking to the 8 people behind you.
Yeah. Tim for sale. So where is it going to be publicized?
We are currently live streaming to YouTube and Twitch. There are 8 people watching on YouTube. Thank you. YouTube, that den of vipers. Oh no. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Who interviews, me or you?
Okay. I'm willing to flip the script on that. It would usually be me or him, but
I'm not going to do today, but another time.
okay.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're here usually Wednesday, Saturdays.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, when you defined intuition and gut feeling is the same thing.
Same thing.
Stay focused here. Not get too excited about November yet. Okay. take a stab at that.
Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dolly.
Hi,
What's your name?
My name is Felix.
Felix. Cool, cool. So, in street epistemology, that's the conversational method I'm using. I like to have somebody tell me something they think is true about the world, and then I ask for your reasons why you think so, your epistemology, what kind of data you use to come to that conclusion, and I try really hard not to push back from an alternate position.
Okay. Something that is true about the world.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ
Okay.
came, died,
Mm-hmm.
resurrected,
Mm-hmm.
ascended to the right hand of the Father,
Mm-hmm.
and is now mediating on our behalf. We have only a limited time to accept Him by grace, by faith, through His grace,
Mm-hmm.
so that we don't end up in eternal hell, damnation. The meaning of hell is debatable, but that is as far as I'm
Okay.
going to say right now.
So, the claim is that Jesus died and resurrected,
Yes.
and Jesus is mediating on our behalf with
In front
God?
of the Father.
in front of the Father. So Jesus is our advocate.
Yes.
Okay. And
Epistemology is a biblical term.
is it
So
cool?
I thought you are biblically based.
Not specifically, and not against it. Epistemology specifically, the way we're using it is the knowledge of how we come to know things, how we come to our conclusions.
What is true, yes.
Yes, yeah. How do we come to believe it? Things like that. Okay, so the claim is Jesus died and resurrected and is our
Mediator
mediator.
in front of the Father.
And if we don't accept Jesus, we will have
Eternal damnation.
Okay.
The meaning of it is debatable among
Sure.
various denominations. Some people think that you're burning out in hell
Yeah.
and you're reaching out for a drop of water
Mm-hmm.
that somebody over the wall of New Jerusalem is gonna pour onto you. Others believe that hell, death, eternal damnation means complete non-existence.
Okay. My parents thought it was eternal conscious torment.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. So, does it matter whether hell is eternal or is annihilation to you?
Does it matter? That's a good question. I'm glad I'm participating in this. Does it matter? How does it matter? What the truth matters? What is truth?
Mhm.
If let me think it through, though. That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's eternal torment? Oh, if it's eternal torment, it makes God immoral, evil.
Yeah. I've heard eternal conscious torment be talked about as part of the problem of evil.
Yeah, because if you are only sinning for 7 years, 8 years if you're strong, according to David,
Sure.
King David,
Mm-hmm.
then why would you be tormented for eternity?
Okay.
And what about the people who died 3,000 years ago, and you are only gonna die now? So
So they
they've
have
been-
3,000 years more than you?
More than you now.
Okay.
People say, well, eternity is eternity. If you add 100 to infinity,
Mhm.
what are you still gonna? So they were tormented 3,000 years plus eternity. You're gonna be tormented from eternity for eternity. It's still eternity. But in God's realm, truth is truth, and absolute is absolute. Eternity is absolute.
Sure.
But if He's absolutely righteous, then there's a difference between being tormented for 3,000 years and being tormented for only a portion of eternity. For eternity and
okay.
portion of eternity.
Okay. Yeah. The way I think about math and infinities, infinity minus 3,000 is still infinity. It's like it's an unimportant difference to me.
Again, that's
Yeah.
I acknowledge that. Again, what I said is that in God's world, we want to maintain. If I owe you a penny,
Yes.
who cares? You're gonna forgive me, but in God's realm, I'm supposed to pay to you, even a penny.
That's fine. So, what are your reasons to believe that? I think the core claim is the resurrection.
Yes.
Yes, and the resurrection is the proof for the rest of it.
Yes.
Okay, so talking about the resurrection, what are your reasons to believe that the resurrection occurred?
These are standard reasons. The Roman soldiers could not have come to Pilate or whoever their superior was and tell them that we fell asleep, according to the biblical narrative.
Okay.
They were willing to say that and not suffer punishment because they were assured by the Jews that they could say that and not suffer punishment. Because the punishment, I served in the Navy, and if you fall asleep, you're not going to get shot, but you're not going to be in the Navy.
Okay.
So falling asleep on watch is not going to happen. So for soldiers to claim that they fell asleep on watch is nonsense. It didn't happen.
So because the soldiers said that they fell asleep,
yes,
that means the soldiers are being honest.
Yes, that they did not fall asleep.
Because they said they fell asleep, that shows that they did not fall asleep.
Yeah, that they were coerced to say that, and they did not suffer punishment.
How do we know they did not suffer punishment?
Because the biblical narrative doesn't say they suffered punishment. They were let go.
And this is Matthew 27.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right.
Or 27?
Well, 27 or 28, I'm not sure which one.
We had the Bible here, perhaps. I don't have the... That's fine, don't
we
waste
can look
time.
it up. But
Don't waste time.
No problem. It doesn't matter which one.
People don't want to hear long discussions on YouTube. I myself, 10 minutes and I'm gone. So you're not going to carry it for too long.
Okay, so the story in Matthew
27, 8.
27 and 8. Okay. There we go. It's in 27 and 8. I'm almost sure of it.
Yeah.
Is the reason why you believe it occurred?
Yes.
Okay.
And
yes.
Then it comes to the experiential part. I mean, your experience, or you could be delusional, but my experience is that according to the Bible, the narrative persists to this day. Now, I was an atheist, and when I came to Israel, that's exactly what I was told. The apostles stole him. The soldiers fell asleep. The narrative persists. The Bible is true. 2,000 years the Bible is true. So the Bible is true.
Okay.
In my experience with the Bible.
So if the Bible is true, then the story in Matthew 27 and 28
is correct.
Is true, and therefore the resurrection occurred.
Yes.
So let's go back to what's the reason to believe the Bible is true?
Because it is, yes, the atheist would say that it was created by Bronze Age shepherds that didn't know any better and that were dancing.
At least 40 different ones.
Yeah. For the rain to come. But the Bible was, if you read it, it's just, I will admit to the atheist that I'm using a little bit of circular reasoning in the sense that if you read it with an open mind, but the atheist cannot read it with an open mind. The atheist is already biased towards non-belief. I was biased towards non-belief, and it's only a supreme power that overwhelmed me. Now I'm a lunatic, you know. Supreme power overwhelmed me and opened my eyes so that
there's the reason. The supreme power overwhelmed you and convinced you the Bible was true.
But now, how do I know that it was the supreme power and not some delusion or crack sniffing?
Okay. Well, I think your personal experience should be very compelling to you.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Hopefully, if you put a gun to my head and tell me to deny Jesus, I will not, as Peter did.
Okay.
Then you will know whether my experience is true to me.
Right.
Until then, I could be just another fake.
Okay. Are there people who have had this experience and been wrong? People who have thought the same way and been correct?
Yes, many.
Okay.
Yes, and then they claim, "Oh, I was a great Christian. I preached the gospel in Las Vegas. I brought a lot of people to Christ." And now they come on YouTube and they say, "Well, now I'm an unbeliever." And we turn around and say, "Well, then you were never Christian." You pointed out that we should be careful in denying their experience.
Right. I don't want to deny somebody's personal
So
experience.
we cannot deny their personal experience. What happened to them? Again, go back to the Bible. There's 3 or 4 kinds of grain. A sower went by the roadside and he threw the grain. Some grain fell on hard ground.
Yeah.
Some fell among rocks. Some fell among thorns. And some fell in the center of the field. And Jesus explained to us what that means. Perhaps those people who had a real experience. I mean, of course, we understand that the atheist is the one where the grain falls and they have nothing to go and the crows come and take it. That's the atheist.
Okay.
But the other 3 are Christians who had an experience with Jesus Christ. One fell among the rocks, means that they were choked, but they suffered persecution and then denied Christ, like Peter.
Okay.
Then the next grain among thorns is the worldliness corrupts, and so among 4 kinds of believers, only quarter, if not 10th, are true believers who persevere, which leads us to the conclusion that one can lose his salvation. Again, we come to a split in Christianity. Some say, no, you accepted Jesus Christ, you can never.
Right,
and
once saved, always saved. I've heard that.
Right, and others say, no. Other verses tell us that yes, you can.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Calvinist versus Arminian split.
Right.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
My parents were on the Armenian side.
They were Seventh-day Adventists?
No, specifically they were non-Calvinists. They did not believe that
anything that Calvin. Okay.
Yeah, Calvin versus Armenian is that particular split.
Yes.
And they fell on the Armenian.
Yes. That you can enter into the grace of God. He's going to open the door and you can step in, but you maintain your position there. Again, works is tricky. You maintain your position by works? No. You enter by faith. You will leave by faith, by losing faith. What is the proof that you are maintaining your faith? Is your works.
Okay.
Faith without works is dead. So only faith, the people who say, oh, by faith alone. The only verse which says by faith alone is in James, which convinces us that faith alone is dead.
Okay.
If you have faith alone.
So imagine I got a guy who's here, and I don't want to hold you longer than you want to stay. When you're done.
I can talk all day, but
not a problem.
The people who are watching this are going to get tired, and you're going to lose viewership. So let's terminate on this question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So last question then.
Yes.
Well, all right. I'll skip to the last 2 questions because it's a twofer. The twofer is, what could you learn that would increase your confidence that this was true? What could you learn? Something you don't know now.
Oh, how can I know what I don't know?
Well, I'm saying you learn this tomorrow. You learn this next week.
But I don't know what I don't know.
Right. So I'm asking you to make up something that you don't know now, that you could learn next week, that would reasonably increase your confidence.
My confidence.
Confidence is non-increasable.
No.
Okay. How about if I were to look at somebody who's not willing to take your word for your personal experience?
Yes.
What kind of evidence should be more compelling to them? So they're wibbling, and outside of your personal experience, what sort of thing could move them? Again,
always come back to the Bible. Jesus said in John chapter 17, he says, if you, my doctrine is true, so many words, and if you believe, if you do the things I do, then you will know that my doctrine is true. Basically, is just like if you don't know what Christianity is, pretend that you do, and immediately things will fall into place.
I see. So take it on as a hypothetical and you'll realize.
And you really, yes, if you do the things that Jesus did, then you will know that his doctrine is true. If you try to be kind to people, which is difficult.
Okay, so do the things that Jesus did. You mean the things I could choose to do that Jesus did?
Yes.
I can't
resurrect the dead.
I can't resurrect. I can't walk on water. I can't feed 5,000.
You can, as
can?
your faith grow. You can heal people with what's the word in English when people have their amputees. Yeah, the biggest claim among atheists is, oh, well, we don't have amputees being healed, therefore God does not exist. Who's not to heal amputees for now?
Okay.
In the Bible, he heals amputees. Oh, the Bible is a book written by Bronze Age shepherds. It's a circular argument, both for the atheist and for the Christian. I believe because I had an experience with a power that came over. Where was I? Remind me? Well, I lost my train of thought. What can they do? They can increase their faith by first doing what they can, and as their faith increases through works, circular process. Yes, why not? Why could they not walk on water? The atheist says, well, I've never seen anybody walk on water. Well, your experience is limited. You're an atheist. You're here. You haven't been everywhere at the same time.
Right.
You are here limited by space, time, and everything is just your experience.
I can't achieve omniscience even in theory.
Even in theory, right. So as Bible tells us, as your faith grows through works feed onto faith, and faith feeds onto works. Yes, Jesus Christ through his Spirit can give you the power, if you needed it, to walk on water or to heal amputees.
Okay.
So
if you find just flat out, if you find any of those, please take a card. If you find any of those examples happening, please tell me about it, because that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm very much looking for.
They happen in Africa where people need them. Here we have iPhone, we have technology. We believe that we can save ourselves through technology. The Babylon Tower, saving ourselves through ourselves. Atheism is a religion that places the self on the throne of divinity. I am God.
That sounds like the Humanist Manifesto.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Marxism is a manifestation of atheism in government. That's all it is. That's all
Marxism is atheism in government. Okay.
Well, how do you govern yourself? If you are a Christian, then the church organization is your government. If you are an atheist, how do you organize yourself to govern yourself? You organize yourself in a kingdom of justice and social justice, and everybody's equal. If you're not born equal, we're gonna make you equal. I'm gonna go into into Jackie Mason. If you don't know what's equal, we're gonna make you equal. So if you don't want to be equal, we're still gonna make you equal. We're gonna take it from Bezos and Zuckerberg, and we're gonna give it to you. I don't want to take it, but we're gonna give it to you. That's atheism and Marxism in practice.
Yes, that sounded a little Bernie.
Bernie Sanders? Yeah. No, I was trying Jackie Mason.
I understand.
Unsuccessful.
I think they're saying the same thing in this case. It's fine.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So the other side of the question was, hypothetically, what could you learn tomorrow that would reduce your confidence, even a smidge?
Ooh. Again, the atheist will say, I'm so committed, I'm so brainwashed in my theology that I cannot accept anything. In other words, there's no, what's the word in scientific language? Not deniability.
Falsifiability?
Falsifiability.
Karl Popper, yes.
I do not accept, so therefore my belief is not scientific, because I cannot accept anything that will falsify my doctrine, which is the very definition of...
So let me ask the question in a different way. Let me ask it, because maybe there is a way that I can get to the nugget of it without you having to say, but it could be false. If somebody wanted to fake data, if somebody wanted to lie about their conclusions, and yet they were mostly believed. So they successfully lie and get people to reduce their confidence. What kind of a lie would it be? What would they lie about?
They would lie about the resurrection.
Okay.
That's why the devil, when he comes, he will make miracles consistent with Christianity. And most people who call themselves Christian, forget about the atheist. The atheist doesn't know any better. They have never had an experience with the truth.
So now we're talking about the seeds that were like here, not over there.
Seeds that...
whichever one.
Yeah,
some of those seeds that are not in the best spot.
Yes, yes. Losing my train of thought.
Sorry.
What I was saying?
This was the question of what kind of data would somebody fake to get people to lose some confidence?
Satan coming with miracles, and we can talk about the atheist doesn't believe in, but the problem is with Christians is because they say they have light. But most 99% of people who call themselves Christians are non-believers. That's the problem.
Really?
Yeah, that's the problem with Christianity. So the devil will deceive the Christians. Forget about the atheists. They're
non-believers.
They are non-believers.
The majority of Christians are non-believers.
They're non-believers, yes.
Oh.
99% of them, non-believers.
How do you know what those 1%? When you find the 1% that are true believers, how can you tell?
They keeping.
And which is the law? Are we talking about the law in like the Leviticus
the
law?
613.
The 613 laws.
13 commandments in Leviticus, which the sacrificial.
I'm very familiar with those. I was a Jewish convert from 2000 to 2007.
Hallelujah. The entire Torah is to be kept with the ceremonious law, the sacrifices. We no longer kill animals. Those are to be replaced by antitypical sacrifices, which are nothing more but prayers.
Okay.
The same when we pray in the name of Jesus, we're simply offering him as a blood sacrifice for our sin. We're not killing anybody. We're offering prayers in his name, in his blood. So all the other sacrifices are offered in the name of Jesus. So the 613 of them are the tefillin that you put, the mezuzah. What's the problem? You really have a problem dedicating half an hour?
on myself?
Yes. What's the problem? You have a problem putting that garment on? And even you don't have to. You don't have to. It's only if you have a square garment. We don't have a square garment. But anyways, if you wanted to impress God, if you could put the tzitzit, what's the problem? So the 613 commandments.
TSE. I know what you're thinking. It's not about boobies.
Tzitzit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling the audience that we're not talking about titties.
Right. And I'm pointing to here. Yes, it's the fringe, which the woman with the issue of blood, which had the issue of blood for 12 years, touched Jesus's garments. She did not touch. She touched his strings and was healed by them. And anyways, so most people are not faithful to Jesus because they're not keeping his law. Now again, the minute I mention the law, people say, well, he's saving himself by the law. No, I'm saving myself by faith and keeping the law. Demonstrating it.
Sure.
Again, just because I kiss the mezuzah, every time I go, here's the Jew coming out, coming into the bedroom, doesn't mean I'm not a murderer. Just because I don't kill doesn't mean I'm not a murderer. But if I'm not a murderer, then I will not kill.
I got confused. Just because you don't kill doesn't mean you're not a murderer?
Yes. Because you could kill. But if you don't...
You have the potential.
Yeah, but if you're not a murderer, then you will not kill. Just because you keep the law doesn't mean you're righteous in your heart. But if you are righteous in your heart, it will express itself in keeping the law.
Okay.
And 99% of Christians don't keep the law by faith, therefore they're non-believers.
Cool.
But the reason I came here is for the question, can prayer fail? And because you asked me that question, the prayer fails 99% of the time because God doesn't hear the unbeliever. The prayer of a righteous man availeth much. And most of us are not righteous.
Understood. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've enjoyed the conversation.
Bye.
One thing. You may have one of these three things. This is a bribe to get you to come back for more conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And It's 4 o'clock. I think we're done-ish. Thank you all. I enjoyed that one.
That was a fun one. Very enthusiastic.
Yes, I like enthusiasm. So thank you all for coming to this SE in the Park with Reed and Dolly. And
push the A button.
I'm going to push the A button. Oh yeah. Bluesy vibes for the win. Yes, so did we have four conversations today?
I think so. You had 3. I had the one with the 2.
You had one with the 2, yeah. We had 4 conversations with 5 people. Something like that. Okay.
I was hoping you would have asked him to light up a water soak.
I had the flying man cocked and loaded, and he says, no, cut to the end.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Flying man, I was so ready to fly. I was going to be right there on the Grand Canyon and leaping naked into the sky.
Does it have to be naked? Whatever.
It's the story.
Everybody picked yellow today.
That's great. We're kind of fat, dumb, and happy on yellows right
I need to get rid of my yellows.
Yeah. If you make an order of those, please cut me in on the order.
Oh, you want to get some too?
Yeah, I have been for a year now sucking off your puzzle pieces, and that's not even fair. Maybe it is a little bit, especially if the funding source is the same. Maybe it doesn't matter. But in any case, yes, I would like to have my own supply.
Okay, cool.